Good morning, Art. Can you hear me okay? Art and Erica.
Yes.
All right. Erica, you're kind of cut off. I don't know if you're able to,
I'm gonna move the camera a little.
but otherwise I can hear and see you okay. That looks good.
Erica, can I have your last name, please?
F as in Frank, A, B as in boy, O-R-G.
Thank you.
Okay, Fritz left us. I'll keep trying with him. Good morning, Sean. Can you hear me okay? Hi, Sean. I'm not sure if you can hear me, if you can unmute. Are you able to hear me, Sean? No? Okay, I'll keep checking back with you. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I'm trying to unmute you. There you go. Can you hear me okay, Sean?
Okay, we can now. I just had
All
to
right.
fix my audio. Thank you.
Good morning. I was about to say good afternoon, but all right, I'm just checking everybody in. We'll get started here shortly. Good morning, Fritz. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good morning to all.
Nice to see you. Okay, I'm trying to unmute someone who is titled RRW. If you could start your camera and also unmute. Does anyone know who RRW is? There we go. Can you hear me okay? I think you're still muted, and that might have been my fault.
I'm unmuted now, should be.
Okay. And can I get your first and last name? I'm going to rename you on your screen.
Randy Wilson.
Randy Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. Nice to see you, Randy. Hi, this is Cassandra. Can you hear me, Brian Wilson?
Yes, hi Cassandra.
Oh,
I can hear you fine.
I'm so
Can you hear
sorry.
me all right?
Yes, I can hear. And I have you listed as Brian Ferguson. Is that accurate?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh. Good morning, Deanie. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Yes. Hi.
All right. Good to see you. Got one more person to check in. I think we're going to get started here shortly. Good morning, Paula. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Nice to see you.
Nice to-
Okay. That is everybody in our waiting room. We are streaming live and recording. So as long as the board members are ready to go, we can start.
Cassandra, who is in the room with Mr. Suter, please?
JP Burley is joining me. He's associate JP Burley, Burleigh. associate with Suter LLC.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go. Jamie, if you are.
Good morning. We're here to resume our review of case 06-2021 regarding 1212 Race Street. Sorry. I'll start by kicking off the hearing information. My name is Jamie Accurso. I'm the chair of the Board of Building Appeals. I would like to take a minute to remind everyone about the rules of this proceeding. This proceeding is at all times governed by the board's rules of procedure. A copy of the rules of procedure can be seen online. All of those planning to testify today, which does not include those solely making arguments, such as attorneys, should stand and take an oath administered by the board's staff attorney. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. As such, the board reserves the right to deliberate in private. The Ohio rules of evidence do not apply to this hearing. However, professional rules of conduct do apply, and candor to the tribunal is required. The board members are citizen volunteers and are not paid for their services. They are treated as public officials under the Ohio law. Any attempt to influence them, including but not limited to bribery, intimidation, retaliation, which may include contacting their employer in an attempt to exert influence, is punishable as a crime. All should be aware that this meeting is being tape recorded. Therefore, please speak clearly into the microphone and state your name and address for the record. In the event of any technical difficulties with the video conferencing technology, I may continue or postpone the hearing at my discretion. All participants providing testimony must have both camera and audio features turned on in order to participate. With that said, let's proceed with the first case. I guess to start out with, we received a motion to dismiss that was submitted and a response to that motion. And in reviewing those items that we just received this morning, it's our assessment that there's really nothing to be gained by entertaining that motion at this time. And we believe both parties will have the opportunity to make those arguments if we continue through the process that we continued from our last meeting. With that said, the place we would be starting is with the property owner arguments.
That's right. So thank you, Ms. Chair. Mr. Shadley, I believe the last we heard was from government officials, so that would it would now be your opportunity to present any witnesses if you would like.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification real quick. This is Sean Suter. Mr. Starkey, are we going to have an opportunity to ask Mr. Dahlberg some questions? I believe he was the last witness to testify.
No.
Is that a no?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Suter, no, unless, if you can point to a place in the code where government officials are allowed to be cross-examined by parties of record attorneys. But I don't see it there, and I don't believe it's appropriate.
I think the chair had mentioned in the last hearing that we would be able to ask questions of Mr. Dahlberg. That's why I was just asking.
Well, yeah, so I'm sorry, it is within the chair's discretion. So is that, you have a copy of the transcript, excuse me, Sean, right?
Yes, we do. It's on page 145, lines 23 to 25.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you were saying that was in the discretion of the chair, and the chair said I can respond to that. I would think that, yes, you should be able to ask questions of Mr. Dahlberg, but I don't think now is the appropriate time to do it.
Okay. In that case, then I think it would make more sense to do that before we got into the presentation from Mr. Shadley.
May I respond, please?
Sure.
The reference, this is Fritz Shadley, representing the congregation, First Lutheran Church. The reference on page 145 is in response to my request to ask questions of Mr. Dahlberg. I withdraw that request and don't, at this point, have questions for him.
Yeah, I believe I asked the same question as Mr. Shadley, and this was in response to our questions.
Ms. Chair, would you like to allow Mr. Suter and Mr. Shadley to ask questions of Mr. Dahlberg?
Yes, I think that is acceptable.
Okay. Sean, since it's your request, why don't you go ahead and go first?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board, for your time today. It's good to see you again. Appreciate reconvening for the rest of this hearing. Mr. Dahlberg, good morning to you. Could you just reiterate your position, your name, and your title for the record?
My name is Art Dahlberg. I'm the Director of Buildings and Inspections for the City of Cincinnati.
Are you also the chief building official?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and that's an Ohio law position, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. First question is, your primary concern with the bell tower was the structural damage caused by water infiltration, isn't that right?
Well, my primary concern was when looking at it, I saw that it hadn't been effectively maintained and we saw deterioration. Much of that deterioration looked like it was of a water nature, but there was also elements such as tension rings, such as wood connections that were no longer connected to one another, that just over time, when not maintained, weren't capable of performing their original function.
So it's your opinion, based on your observations of the bell tower, that the owner of the bell tower has not properly maintained it, is that correct?
Not unlike many buildings that are over 100 years old, if not properly maintained, it will have problems. I would surmise that unlike inside of the main portion of the building where people walk past things day in and day out, there weren't people inside the bell tower on a regular basis to see those conditions.
The issue wasn't that the bell tower was unsafe as originally designed, right?
The building code allows, once a building is built and accepted through the regulatory process, unless there are changes being made to the building or changes to how the building is being utilized, that in essence, the building becomes grandfathered. Therefore, we're not comparing this building to what current code requirements are, but rather is it capable of performing how it was originally designed and constructed.
Okay. Are you familiar with engineer Paula Dombrowski's phase 1 repairs in her report that's listed as exhibit OTR 8?
Give me 1 second to look at it.
Okay, thank you. Please take your time.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you just mentioned that you had concerns with discrete structural elements, the steel box girder, tension ring, wood post. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you see the Roman numeral 1s with the red boxes around them on your copy of the report?
Okay,
You see those?
I do.
Okay. And those are what have been described as the phase one repairs, which include reinforcing the upper tension ring, corner connections with bracing, tying the peak and lower rafters to the upper tension ring, some work to the lower rafters, lower tension ring, and post supports. Would those repairs make the bell tower safer, in your opinion?
If you could give me one moment, please.
Sure. And includes the repair to the box girder as well, really through page, well, there's anything labeled Roman numeral 1.
Where would I find repair of the box girder?
That is, so if you look, just to bring your attention to the report pages 2 through well, there's anywhere there's a Roman numeral, so they're interspersed throughout the report, a Roman numeral 1. There are, you'll see in the report, there's a Roman numeral 1 and there's a Roman numeral 2. Roman numeral 1 indicates repairs. Roman numeral 2 indicates rehabilitation. So anything with Roman numeral 1, if you could take a look at that, and then if you could, in your opinion, let us know if performing those repairs would make the bell tower safer than it is today. And the box girder specifically on page 6.
I found it, thank you. I believe your question was if elements identified by Roman numeral 1 were done, would it make the building safer? Is that correct?
That is correct.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Are you familiar with Mr. Randy Wilson's report on, which is marked Exhibit OTR 11?
I have it in front of me.
Okay, very good. And if you look at Mr. Wilson's phase 1 and phase 2A repairs that he has listed, I believe they're summarized on page 6, but then they're provided more detail on 6 through 8, pages 6 through 8. If those repairs were made in phase 1 and 2A, would that make the bell tower safer?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. So if either Ms. Dombrowski's phase 1 repairs are made or Mr. Wilson's phase 1 and 2A repairs are made, would that address your concerns in your notice of emergency hazard abatement such that you could lift the notice?
Yes.
So let's talk about your observations of the bell tower. You've visited the bell tower, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you visited the bell tower because the property owner reached out to the urban conservator originally, is that right?
That's correct.
And based on the communications with the urban conservator, you decided to make a site visit in October 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
And at that visit, you observed problems with water infiltration, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you saw a disconnected tension ring, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. And you saw a box girder with rusted flanges, is that correct?
Correct.
And you believe these instances of deterioration indicated a problem with the gravity load system, right?
Correct.
So you issued a notice of emergency hazard abatement, correct?
Correct.
And that's listed as Exhibit OTR 1 and dated November 10th, 2020. Are you familiar with that document?
One moment, please.
Sure.
Yes.
And in that notice, in the first line, under notice of emergency hazard abatement, you wrote that the bell tower of the church has suffered serious deterioration, is in danger of collapse, and presents an immediate threat and hazard to the public safety, correct?
Correct.
But that notice was not signed by the chief, the fire chief, is that right?
Correct.
And the notice was made on November 10th, 2020, correct?
I couldn't hear that question.
And that notice was issued on November 10th, 2020.
That's correct.
And you later amended that notice on August 31st, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you amended that notice because the first notice was procedurally deficient, is that right?
Objection, that's going to get into communications that are attorney-client privileged. So I think Mr. Dahlberg can answer to the extent it doesn't require him to talk about those communications.
That's fine, I can rephrase the question. The August 31st, 2021 notice includes a signature from the fire chief, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And a signature from the urban conservator, Beth Johnson, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in the amended notice, you found that the bell tower masonry units are deteriorating and failing. The steel structure elements designed to support the tower have rusted and significantly weakened, and these components will no longer perform their intended structural function, making the tower an imminent hazard of failure and collapse. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, are you aware that the bell tower has a multi-layer of brick wall?
Yes.
And are you aware that the stone is the outmost wide layer?
Yes.
And behind the stone is a brick backup wall, is that correct?
Part of the exterior wall.
But it's located behind the stone are 2 layers of brick, correct? This is below the girder. Are you aware or familiar that there are 2 layers of brick below the girder behind the stone veneer?
I can't tell you how many layers because there was no destructive testing occurring while I was there. I can only tell you my observations show that there was stone there, and from the interior, there was brick there.
Okay. And are you familiar that there are at least 3 layers of brick above the girder?
I can't speak to that.
So you did not observe multiple layers of brick below or above the girder?
Again, there was no destructive testing being involved, so I wasn't in a position to observe how many layers of brick were in place.
May I introduce a couple of photographs of that brick at this time, Miss Chair, Madam Chair?
Yes,
Where are they? Okay, I'm going to pull this up real quick. Please bear with me for a second. Okay. I'm going to try to share the screen, sorry. Mr. Dahlberg, does this look like what you saw on the inside of the bell tower?
Yes.
What is that metal, this metal object here?
Presuming that's the box girder.
And what is this metal object here? I don't know if you can see my mouse, sorry. This metal, the metal object above it, is that also a box girder? Mr. Delbert, can you see the picture? I'm sorry.
My answer to your question was yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. Is there brick above and below each box girder?
Yes.
Okay. How do I get that? Sorry.
That's it.
Okay. How do I? There we go. Do you recall seeing this condition when you were at the bell tower?
I'm not sure where that picture was taken, so.
If you look up to the top, this is the box girder that you identified in the previous photo.
Okay.
And this is below it.
All right.
How many courses of brick are below the box girder?
At least 3.
Okay. Thank you. Each row of stone holds the stone above it. Is that correct?
Yes.
But the stone is, as a whole, is merely the facade, right? In other words, the stone is not load bearing.
I would say that the brick is more load bearing than the stone is, correct?
Okay. So those brick layers are the primary vertical support for the bell tower, right?
Along with the box girder.
Okay. And the stone sits on the girder flange, which is deteriorating, right?
Correct.
To your knowledge, have any stones fallen off the facade?
What I observed the day that I was there was the stone was in the process of delaminating at multiple locations.
But it had not fallen off the facade, is that right?
I didn't say that there was a single stone that had worked its way loose, but there was delamination on many of the stones there.
And the stone is a mere veneer, correct?
It is a veneer.
So stone falling from the outer facade is not the same thing as the structure of the building being compromised, correct?
As a stone moves, you do not know, you cannot predict what will happen to to the integrity of the remaining structure.
Even if the stone is a mere veneer?
Correct.
So, but you didn't see any evidence that the stone had actually fallen off the facade, correct?
Correct.
And the layers of brick behind the stone are not sitting on the deteriorating flange, are they?
Does not appear so.
And the interior side of the brick wall is in good condition, right?
The brick component, yes.
And the interior side of the steel girder is in good condition, right?
Yes.
So the load-bearing masonry is intact and in good working condition, right?
Correct.
Have you observed any buckling or distortion of the bell tower?
No.
The bell tower is plumb, level, and square, right?
I can't answer that question.
But you didn't notice, you said you didn't notice any buckling or distortion of the bell tower, correct? Now, in the notice, you stated that work on the bell tower would begin within 30 days. Is that correct? I'm sorry, did you respond?
I'm looking at,
Okay, sorry. Or let me ask it this way, I'll rephrase it. In your notice, you request that the property owner abate the hazard, is that right?
that's correct.
That's the purpose of the notice?
Correct.
And then you say, if you don't, property owner, if you don't abate the hazard, the city will do it for you, correct?
Correct.
And you say that the city is going to go ahead and do that within 30 days if you don't do the abatement, correct?
I don't believe it says that.
It says, if you look at the bottom, otherwise this work by the city is scheduled to begin within 30 days or as soon as specifications are prepared and contractor services can be procured and deployed. Is that right?
All right, Son, which exhibit, please?
Sorry, OTR Exhibit 1?
That's from 2020.
Correct. That's the November 10, 2020
Okay,
notice.
thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Suter, I was reading the August 31st, 2021 one. If you're asking me what does November 10th, 2020 say, you're correct. The last paragraph reads, otherwise this work by the city is scheduled to begin within 30 days or as soon as specifications are prepared and contractor services can be procured and deployed.
And the notice also says the property owner could enter into an agreement to do the work themselves, right?
Yes.
And at the previous hearing, or the hearing that's been continued, you testified that the emergency notice was necessary because the Historic Conservation Board process can take 6 to 8 weeks. Is that right?
Correct.
And you're not sure when the bell tower might collapse, right?
I can't predict a date. No, sir.
But the work didn't occur within 30 days, did it?
No, it did not.
And the city didn't take any action to abate the alleged hazard, right?
No.
So there was time to go to the Historic Conservation Board to get a certificate of appropriateness if the intent was to demolish this building, right?
We didn't predict that on the front end, Mr. Suter. What we saw were dangerous conditions that needed to be abated. We used the tools available to us to get the attention of the property owner. The property owner later came and said they were in active negotiations with the community looking for a way to save it. And we agreed to allow them to continue those discussions.
But you did not require the property owner to take any measure to abate the hazard at that time, did you?
They had already identified that they didn't have occupancy in the general area. What, again, my concern was with, given the right kind of wind conditions, we could lose a portion of this and the public way would be endangered. I reiterated that to representatives of ownership several times while it's good to engage in these discussions, remember that we have a risk that needs to be mitigated.
But over a year has passed since you initially issued that order, hasn't it?
That is true.
And no abatement has occurred by either the owner or the city, correct?
That is true.
So let's talk about 1212 briefly. You've said that there are no structural problems with 1212 Elm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Race, sorry. The only purpose of the notice on 1212 Race is to stage work on 1208 Race, right?
That is correct.
So 1212 Race's notice that you issued has no basis but for 1208 Race. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Aztec, a contractor named Aztec, reached out to you and asked for you to order demolition of 1212 Race Street. Is that correct?
Indirectly, it came from the church first.
So the property owner reached out to you and asked for you to order demolition of 1212 Race Street. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did they also reach out to you for you to order demolition of 1208 Race Street?
That's what started this process.
So the church, at their behest, came to you and said, please let me tear down my building. Is that correct?
Their conversation started with the urban conservator, not with me, but eventually it landed on my desk, and that's why I told them that we would need to see the conditions of the building, not merely work just off of the engineering reports that they had provided to me.
But having an order from you allows the property owner to avoid the Historic Conservation Board process, correct?
If it's deemed an emergency condition, yes, sir.
You said that 1208 Race Street can be made safe through repairs, right?
I believe it can.
Did you personally explore any repair plan and consider whether it would require demolition of 1212 Race Street?
No emergency repair plan was submitted to this office.
And are you aware that a contractor named Buckeye has bid to perform repairs on the bell tower?
I heard that in the last appeal hearing.
Are you aware that Buckeye has stated it can perform these repairs without the demolition of 1212 Race?
Objection, that's not been testified to whatsoever. And it's not in their report. That's the attorney trying to testify because he didn't put the evidence on in his case in chief. The question should be stricken, and that's my motion.
Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Suter, would you like to respond?
I'll withdraw it. So to reiterate, the repairs in both engineers' reports can be made and would allow you, if made, would allow you to remove the abatement orders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think that's all I have. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Dahlberg.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Dahlberg. My name is Fritz Shadley. I represent the church. I don't have many questions for you, other than I think you testified previously 1 minute, please. Sorry, looking for a document. 1 minute, please. I think you testified previously that 1212 Race Street, the small building at 1212 Race Street is standing exactly where staging needs to be done to be able to effect either demolition or repairs of the bell tower. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
So independent of whether the future of the bell tower is demolition or the future of the bell tower is restoration, 1212 has to be removed, other than the facade or the front portion of 1212, correct?
A portion of 1212 would need to be removed to allow appropriate staging, moving of materials, scaffolding, and the like.
And that would include when, in circumstances, if the repairs were to include the installation of sandstone replacement components as work progressed, that would be one of the repair circumstances where you would need staging, and therefore a portion of 1212 would have to come down, correct?
Yes.
The order on the bell tower, 1208, was issued some time ago. The order issued in August of 21, correct?
Correct.
And that order has not been appealed, correct?
No,
Am I correct?
you are correct.
So the only order before this board is the order that addresses the small building on 1212, correct?
That is correct.
And again, your position is whether the bell tower is demoed or restored, repaired, the building a portion of the building at 1212 has to come down, consistent with your order on 1212, correct?
Correct.
1 minute. You indicated you had some concerns over wind load. Remember that?
I thought my concerns at the last appeal hearing spoke to gravity load, sir.
Well, you testified today about a concern for wind load.
Testified today that I have concerns that if Mother Nature throws the right kind of wind against the building, given the compromised condition of some of the structural elements, there could be a failure.
And that failure could involve a collapse, correct?
Good.
And that failure that you're concerned about could take out the lines for the streetcar that are immediately in front of the bell tower, correct?
Correct.
And that failure, as you said in your testimony on page 128, quote, we could have electrocution of people standing there, close quote. That's one of your concerns, correct?
Yes, sir.
You still have that concern, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Why is it that an event of Mother Nature, such as a wind load, might cause a problem to the degree that you issued the emergency order? Why is that?
Because we have components within the building that aren't functioning the way they were originally designed to function. So if you have a significant wind load, meaning pressure from a side, and the elements that would normally have resisted that are no longer properly connected, there's a potential of failure. Given the amount of degradation I saw in the building, I think that's a very real possibility. Can it be solved through repairs? Yes. Can it be solved through demolition? Yes.
The wind load concern you have is because of the lateral force that a wind load would generate, correct?
Correct.
And did you do anything to determine the amount of a wind load where there might become a problem?
No.
You examined the flange on that girder or those girders that were, the two girders that were exposed to the outside, correct?
Correct.
Or was it actually 4 girders that were exposed to the outside and 4 girders had flange problems?
I was on the roof on an incredibly rainy day, so the side that I could best see was the one that I saw significant deterioration on. So my conclusions are based on what I saw that day.
And the problem with significant deterioration of the flange is there's a risk that the flange would no longer, or the girder would no longer perform its function, and that is holding the bell tower up, right?
Correct.
I don't have any more questions. Mr. Dahlberg, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have an opportunity to ask just a few follow-up questions.
Again, so this will be at the chair's discretion. There's nothing in the code that directly addresses this, but Ms. Chair.
I was just going through the process to see if they would have an opportunity to do that later. This is the last opportunity.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, we'll allow it then, I guess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dahlberg, you just testified that you are concerned that the building or that the bell tower could collapse, correct?
That's correct.
And that you testified that you're concerned for the potential electrocution of citizens on Race Street, is that correct?
Correct.
But the city of Cincinnati hasn't taken any actions to mitigate that risk, have they?
No, sir.
You haven't closed the street?
No,
You haven't closed the sidewalk?
no. Well,
You
the
haven't,
problem that was resolved.
well, you haven't closed the streetcar stop directly in front of the building either, right?
No,
So if the city is so concerned of danger to the public, why hasn't the city taken any action to mitigate that danger?
because the danger is coming from private property, and we've instructed the private property to take care of the problem through emergency orders.
But you just testified that you're concerned about the public being impacted by a potential collapse of the bell tower, right?
That is correct.
And the public would be on public property like a sidewalk, streetcar stop, or a street, right?
Correct.
So it really does potentially impact the public portion of the street, right?
But the source of the problem is the lack of maintenance and the deterioration of a property and a building on private property. And the
Mr.
private
Dahlberg,
property has been told to correct the problem.
you told the private property owner to correct the problem or the city was going to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
But that was over a year ago, correct?
Yes,
So is your testimony that the bell tower is an imminent threat of collapse?
I still believe, given the right set of circumstances, it is.
But the city's taken no action to mitigate that potential harm to the public, correct?
We issued emergency orders to the property owner. The property owner came back and asked for a period of time to negotiate with members of the community. We've
Thank you
honored
very much, Mr. Dahlberg.
So, Ms. Chair, I believe if Mr. Shadley would like to ask any questions, we should give him that opportunity based on Sean's questions.
Yes, I'd like
Yes.
to. 1 minute, please.
Would it be all right if I have a question for Mr. Suter?
Sure. You're in charge. So yes, of course, it's all right.
David, that's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Suter, I'm just interested to know, did you file for an appeal during the time when the appeal period was open for 1208 Ray Street?
Madam Chair, are you referring to the appeal period that was running from the November 10th, 2020 order or the August 31st, 2021 order?
The 2020 order.
Or the 2020 order? No, there was no appeal filed.
The 2020 order was the pertaining to 1208, not 1212. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And why was that? Why didn't you appeal during that period?
Well, I wasn't involved in this case at the time, so I couldn't answer that question. Danny Klingler is here, who's my client. And so he would be able to answer that if you'd like to ask him.
Yeah, if he's able to give us a response, that'd be great.
Sure, Madam Chair. So the question is, why did no one appeal the November 2020 emergency order
The emergency order pertaining to 1208 specifically.
pertaining to
the bell tower.
1208? Honestly, we thought that the church was going to preserve the bell tower at that juncture, so there was no need to take such a step as to appeal. We never thought in a million years that they would pursue demolishing it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll go back to Mr. Shadley.
Yes, ma'am.
Any last questions for Mr. Dahlberg?
Yeah, Mr. Dahlberg, you're aware, I imagine, that the church has the church has applied to the city for a permit to remove a part of 1212, correct?
Yes,
And you're aware as well that in response to the order, the church has filed a request for a permit to demolish the bell tower at 1208, correct? So the church has undertaken the steps that are required of the church to be able to comply with the order on 1208 and the order on 1212, correct?
yes,
Thank you. And neither permit for 1212 or 1208 to allow the church to comply with the orders for 1212 and 1208, to take a part of 1212 down, to demolish the bell tower on 1208, neither of those requests for permits have been granted, correct?
that is correct.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. With that being complete, we'll proceed with Mr. Shadley's opportunity to make arguments or.
That's correct, Ms. Chair. Ms. Chair, yeah, so a presentation by the church as a party of record to the case. They can present their position, arguments, contentions, and offer witnesses.
I'll proceed then, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Great. We'd like to call structural engineer Randy Wilson, who's with us today. Randy, you are muted. I think we need to put you under oath, and then I have some questions, please. Would you unmute? Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. You're
State your name, please.
Randy Wilson,
Mr. Wilson, who you employed by, please?
CHP Limited,
And how long have you been employed by THP Limited?
42 years.
For 42 years, and for 42 years, you've practiced as, in what field?
Structural engineering.
Are you a licensed professional engineer?
I am 12 states.
I'm sorry, the answer is yes,
Yes, in 12 states,
including Ohio,
including Ohio,
and have been for many years, I assume.
since about 83.
So you've been licensed in Ohio since approximately 1983 as a professional engineer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been licensed in other states, as you've indicated, as a professional engineer, would it be fair to say for decades?
That would be fair.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your background and experience. In addition to that, we've marked Exhibit 17, which I understand to be your CV or your resume. Do you have that before you?
I
First
do.
of all, Madam Chair, has the board received our exhibits? Do you have access to Exhibit 17, please?
Yes, we received these exhibits this morning. Do all the board members have this now? I think Luke was the only one that might be in question. Do we need to verify that he has it?
Luke's giving a thumbs up, it appears.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. Please identify for the board, Mr. Wilson, what Exhibit 17 is.
Me. It's my resume that I sent to you last week, I think it was. And
And does it describe some of your experience, but not all of your experience?
certainly. 42 years, I've been through a lot of projects, so.
And is your work in the 42 years, what discipline in the engineering world has your work been part of?
Been structural engineering.
Now, you list on this Exhibit 17 a number of projects under, let's say, investigation. You list 7 or 8 projects. Some of those involve older buildings, correct?
That is true. Just a couple of points here. I mean, Holy Cross Immaculata was one of the older churches we've gotten into and done some investigation. It had some failing trusses. It was probably similar age to the one we're looking at here. Trusses that actually cracked. Through our investigation, we went in and basically shored up the roof and restored the structural integrity of that building. Summit Country Day was another chapel. After the unfortunate collapse of the library back in the early part of the decade or century, we were investigating the whole site and found that the scissor trusses in that particular structure were inadequate. We reinforced those. So I've been involved in a number of situations where we're looking at existing structures and trying to figure out if they're adequate and whether they need to be reinforced in some way.
And in both of those circumstances, the inadequacy, was it a deficient, latent deficiency in the design?
The original design was inadequate, so it was a latent deficiency, which I guess is the major issue we were identifying with the First Lutheran property.
With the bell tower?
With the bell tower.
It's your opinion that the bell tower, as it exists today, has a latent deficiency because of its original design. Is that correct?
Yes, in our opinion, the original design of the bell tower was inadequate in a number of ways. All of which need to be remediated if the bell tower is going to be saved for the future.
We'll get into the details of that a little later when we review your report. Were you recently hired by the Port Authority here in Cincinnati to consider another structure or building that had a latent design deficiency?
Referring to the skywalk?
The Sixth Street overpass?
Yeah, our firm was involved in some remediation work down at the garage north of the convention center, and they opened up a couple of ceiling panels in the Sixth Street skywalks and found some severe deterioration of the girders that supported that skywalk. So it wasn't an initial design problem, but it was a deterioration problem that was discovered. And the degree of deterioration there is somewhat comparable to the deterioration we're seeing on the girders at the bell tower. Point being that having discovered those deficiencies and that deterioration needed to be immediately shored up and corrected. So that was done.
And did you do that for the Sixth Street overpass?
Yes.
Your exhibit 17 has, I'm going to just estimate 30 or 40 buildings referenced to it for items you investigated or designed or worked on. Well, are there other structures that you've investigated, designed, or worked on through your 42 years as a structural engineer in Cincinnati?
Yeah, there's hundreds more beyond what's listed on that sheet of paper.
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Well, certainly.
Okay. Now, for this circumstance, Mr. Wilson, you were retained by First Lutheran, correct?
Yes.
Tell the board, if you would, the original context of why and how you were retained in relationship to the bell tower. You, and by that I mean you and the THP enterprise.
Yeah, the church restored the Ray Street facade, I think around 2018, give or take a little bit. We were not involved in that, but subsequent to that, in late 2019, they were considering the bell tower, next step in doing a full restoration of their property. Pardon me just a minute. So one of our partners went in and kind of did a quick review of the building and observed that there was apparent rust on those girders that we've talked about, but couldn't see because of the stone being, in the way. So recommended that be removed, and so we could get a better look at it. That was done in July of 2020, a little over a year ago. They went back out and looked at it, and I got a phone call to come take a look at it myself. When I got there, we had about 4 or 5 feet of the girder was exposed. What was immediately evident was the almost complete deterioration of the angles that connect the flanges to the web of that girder. We've heard a lot of discussion about the flanges themselves, but I've heard very little about the angles. The angles are the part that is, in my mind, problematic with these girders, because it's the angles that connect the flanges to the webs that make it behave as a girder. If the webs and the flanges are not connected to each other, you just have 3 pieces of steel standing out there.
What's the web? Is the web the vertical?
Web's the vertical element in the girder. In this case, it's a box girder, as has been mentioned. So there are 2 webs about 10 inches apart. And there's 2 flanges that are 18 inches wide and about 3/8 inches thick. And there's a 3/8 inch by 4x4 angle that's riveted to the webs and to the flanges.
The flanges go across the angles so as to attach the angles to each other?
2 flanges, 2 webs. And the angle connects the flange to the web.
And if an angle is not appropriately connected to the web, does that cause some concern regarding the strength or the integrity of the
Yeah,
girder?
it'd basically be like taking a regular wide flange beam that we're familiar with and cutting the joint between the web and the flange. It's no longer behaving as a competent wide flange member.
Okay, so you were retained to address or evaluate the church's consideration of further restoring the bell tower in 2019, and you've testified that in doing that, you found a problem with, you said, the angles. Were they mispositioned, or were they simply missing in action because they're
They
deteriorating?
had deteriorated almost to the point of non-existence in some cases. The only thing I can figure is they may have been metallurgically a different material, may have been a cast material versus a steel, and in some way they took the brunt of the deterioration. The web and the flanges, although not pristine by any means, are certainly better shaped than the angles that connect them together. So that was the kind of the scary part, you know, in finding this, because you've got 630,000 pounds of brick and steeple sitting on these 4 girders, and 3 of them are exposed to the weather. So we found the deterioration in the area that was exposed by the removal of the stone. You can also see significant deterioration of that angle if you go inside the bell tower and look at the west girder. You can see where the angle there is also got about an inch and a half of pack rust on it. So, I mean, it's expected that all of the angles on the perimeter of this bell tower are in similar condition.
But you saw the angles being a problem on how many girders?
On what?
On how many of the girders?
I've seen it on the same one Art did, which was the east one. I've seen evidence of it on the west one. I'm presuming that because the deterioration is caused by water and the condition, the exposure on all 3 sides, north, west, and east, are similar, that you would expect to see similar damage on all 3 sides. It has not been opened up yet.
Got it. And did you say there were 630,000 pounds of brick above these girders? Is that?
That was my estimate of the weight of the material that's being supported by the girders.
Okay. So what happens if the angle is not sufficiently connected to the flange and to the web, and you have 630,000 pounds above it, either with a wind or without a wind? What's the risk?
Well, the two issues here. One, if the west web or the outside web is not connected to the flanges, you're losing significant amount of capacity, both shear and bending, by virtue of the angles being deteriorated and the web becoming disconnected, and more as concerning, if not more, eventually, if the web and the flange are not connected together, it could just come apart. If that web disappears, we basically lose the girders. You know, if it pops out because it's unstable, it's creating an unstable shape. So, I mean, it's a serious defect on those girders. I'm not sure everybody involved has fully appreciated the extent to which that exists out there.
So I take it over time, you've been back to the bell tower more than once, is that correct?
Probably 16 times or better.
And tell the board roughly what you did, how many hours you were in that structure, so as to gather the facts that you needed to make your evaluation, please.
Probably been in the tower 40 or 50 hours altogether over the course of a year, most of it occurring in 2020.
And based on your examination of the bell tower, did you find it to be safe or not safe?
In its current condition, it's not a safe structure. And, you know, once we got involved and saw that, then just to kind of continue the narrative, we pointed that out to the church, pointed out the risk that involved, and then we got involved more thoroughly reviewing the bell tower and its existing condition, and started finding a variety of other issues that were concerning. We've talked about the tension ring at the top of or at the base of the steeple itself, top of the belfry. It's literally come apart. There's 12 6x6 posts in the belfry structure, which is the floor on which the bell itself is housed. There's 3 louvers and a series of turrets and stone pillars and arches that surround the belfry level. And those posts, about 12 feet tall, have 2 2x6 plates that span across the top of the posts. There's 1 on each of the 4 corners, 2 on each side in between. And the the plates are nailed to the top of those posts and nailed together at the corners, and then the slope steeple framing bears on those plates. So with the slope framing of the steeples, you get a lateral thrust. The only thing to resist that thrust in that steeple assembly is that, call it a tension ring, but it's pushing laterally on those plates spanning from corner to corner, and then at the corner, the shear force is restrained by the intersecting plates in a tension connection. And to my knowledge, the only thing that was done when this thing was built, it was just nailed together. I haven't seen any bolts in that structure up there.
Based on your observations, the girders, the tension rings, we'll give you an opportunity to go into that a little more detail on some other questions. But based on your observations, did you come to a conclusion, based on your observations in your years as a structural engineer, whether it was safe to allow the congregation or anyone to gather in the building?
Based on those findings, in particular, we recommended the church not be occupied until the thing could be remediated. It was not safe to have congregations meeting under that bell tower with the risk that the girders could potentially come apart, with the risk that the steeple could potentially become dislodged and fall over.
Okay, I want to get through, just touch on two of your reports. The first one quickly. This is what's been provided to the board, marked as Exhibit 3. It's your report of January 22, 2021. Again, marked as Exhibit 3. Do you have that before you?
I do.
You have a number of opinions that you've expressed in this Exhibit 3 report, correct?
Yes.
Those opinions are based on the facts you personally observed, correct?
Yes.
And also based on your engineering experience and knowledge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are all of the opinions which you expressed as contained in that report, Exhibit 3, the report again dated January 22, 2021, are all of those opinions expressed to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to now shift to your next report, which is Exhibit 11 as marked in, well, hang on, I'll find it here in our exhibits. 1 second.
To put things in context, I mean, we observed the bell tower. There was a report in September of 2020 where we identified these 5 major issues with the structure that we thought needed to be addressed in a remediation of the tower. You know, as the year progressed, the emergency order was written, the community became involved. There was a desire to try to save the bell tower. The January 22 report was intended to create a holistic program that would preserve the bell tower and make it viable for the future. So what you see in that report takes the issues that were addressed earlier report and fleshes out we considered a reasonable way to mitigate those issues.
And then you also issued a report. It's been marked as Exhibit 11 in our exhibits. This was a report dated September 29, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you go to page 3 of that report? And let's just do these one at a time. I take it from the report you have opinions regarding problems. The first opinion you have, and we'll just enumerate these one by one, and then hopefully you can explain to the board what the opinions are and what the basis for your opinions are. But the first opinion on, again, page 3 of this exhibit number 11 is overall instability. Can you please provide to the board what your opinion is regarding overall instability and the basis for that opinion? First, let me ask you, are the opinions in this Exhibit 11 report that you have provided, are those held to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then let's go to the first, number 1 opinion, overall instability. Tell the board, please, the facts you observed and the conclusions you reached in that regard.
Okay, in investigating the tower further, we came to recognize that the bulk of the mass of the tower, first of all, is supported by the girders that we've talked about. Those girders in turn are supported by 4 columns that extend down to the foundations in each of the 4 corners. The one in the southeast corner is actually pulled about 4 feet off the corner. The 2 north-south girders are directly supported by the columns. The 2 east-west girders are supported on the north-south girders, so they're stacked at the corners, which I think you saw in the photograph that was brought up earlier. Above the girders, there's 3 wides of brick on the east wall plus the stone. On the north, south, and west, there's 4 wides of brick plus the stone. Why there's a difference between the 2, I don't know. Total weight of the material supported by the girder is about 630,000 pounds. So it creates a huge mass. It creates a large wind sail above the girders. Below the girders, there's not a lot. There's a brick wall on the north side. It reduces to 2 wides of brick plus the veneer. And that north wall, if you look closely, probably even see in the photograph that was brought up earlier, it does not touch the girder. It stops about 1/4 inch short. You can see the bottom of the girder above the brick.
Are you talking about the wall below the girder or above the
The
girder?
wall below the girder.
Are you saying
So-
that wall below the girder does not touch the girder?
It does not touch the girder.
Which wall again is this? North, south?
North,
east, west?
north wall.
Okay, thank you. Go on.
So we have the mast and we have the wind sail above the girders, which generated significant lateral load. I think for a code wind at service wind speed, we'll call it 90 miles an hour, we generate about 29,000 pounds of total wind load on the tower, which needs to be resolved in some manner from the level of the girders, between the level of the girders and foundation. The load exists at that level. It needs a path from there to the ground. So we
Hang on,
have
you said the load exists at that level. What level are you speaking of?
the level of the girders. So the accumulated load from the top of the tower to the girder levels for wind load at current wind speed would be about 29,000 pounds on a service basis. The actual code says 120, but we've gone from a service load to an ultimate load approach. So it gets a little confusing to have the discussion. So we'll just stick with a service load approach to the thing. I'm sorry, I'm dry. So in trying to resolve the stability of the bell tower, there needs to be a system that transfers any lateral load, whether it's wind seismic or just plain stability, from its point of origin to the foundation. That's basic engineering principles. I mean, you can't develop a load and just leave it hanging up in midair. You've got to find a means to get it to the ground. And we've had a fair amount of discussion about that already, and I understand there's not distress to say that it's failed heretofore. But if as an engineer we cannot determine a load path, it's an inadequate structure. There's a brick wall on the north side. It doesn't touch the bottom of the girder, so it's not carrying any gravity loads. It would only take lateral loads by virtue of the columns on either end leaning into the wall. It is an unreinforced masonry wall. It's only 2 wides thick plus the veneer, so it's not very robust from that regard. There's another brick wall on the east side. It's shortened by about 4 feet by virtue of the placement of the southeast column. There's a door through it at the attic level and another one down at the first floor level. There's a window in the gallery that looks into the sanctuary, so it's interrupted a couple of places. That one does seem to be grouted to the girder, although the grout appears to be a different color, so I don't know when it was installed. So just ostensibly, even though I don't really trust it entirely, there's 2 walls kind of trying to brace this tower.
You mean from lateral forces?
From a lateral point of view. I mean,
those
gravity
two-
point of view, we've got the columns that can pick up the load from the girders pick up the load from the bearing walls above it. So there's a load path, assuming the girders are intact, that can transfer the loads above the girder from a gravity point of view to the ground. So as long as they remain intact and have enough capacity to resist the loads, the gravity's accounted for. But as the girders deteriorate, at some point the gravity is not even accounted for. But
So focus back on the lateral loads and your evaluation of the sufficiency of the design to carry anticipated lateral loads.
So in studying the structure, and we've looked at it quite a bit. I mean, the girders, the elevation of the girder is pretty much above the roof on the west side. It's at about the roof level on the south side. So if we take the loads generated above the tower, and we'll talk about wind loads for the time being, that there needs to be some resolution of the forces that have been generated. And just as a visual, I have this wonderful model. I don't know if you can see it, but this is essentially what we have out there. We have a bell tower above. I put a diaphragm top and bottom, which isn't even really there, but you can see there's only two sides that basically function as a brace. And if you get a lateral load on this thing, it wants to twist and it wants to rotate about the intersection of those two walls. And that's assuming the walls stay intact. Now keep in mind, these are unreinforced masonry walls. So as you put the load on the building and it starts to move laterally and it starts to twist, masonry isn't really designed to do a torsional resistance. If you were to design these walls to take torsion in this manner, if it were a concrete element, you would have reinforcing both directions on both faces and a series of closed stirrups to resist that torsional force. We did run an analysis of this on RAM elements just to see how it behaves. In that model, we took the girders and the columns. The columns are cruciform columns. They're 12 inches in both directions with a flange on all four sides. They basically took two wide flanges, folded them 90 degrees and riveted them together to create the column. So it's a relatively nice column, but it is 45 feet tall. So it's not terribly, it's somewhat slender from that point of view, but we locked the columns to the girders to create a moment frame just to see how it would behave. We did not place any torsional resistance in the wall elements because we didn't think that was appropriate. And with the wind load, we got about 17 inches of rotation on the corner. And with that 17 inches of rotation, the columns are overstressed by a factor of about 3.
So what do you mean rotation? What's rotating with the wind load?
Well, the tower mass above the girders wants to rotate about the intersection of the two brick walls down below, assuming they're serving as adequate shear walls. So the column, as you can see it in this, wants to move to one side. That translation is about 16, 17 inches, assuming that the columns act as a moment frame.
And once you get 16, 17 inches of rotation, what happens to the columns? The columns that are supporting
the columns are
girders?
overstressed and the wall would likely come apart.
And the columns are overstressed by how much? Did you say 2 to 3, their maximum?
Factor of about 3, I believe.
All of which means.
So the point is, we're in viewing this and trying to find the load path to the ground. Those are the parts we thought were reliable, somewhat reliable elements to transfer the loads to the ground. Now, we looked at the west side and the south side of the bell tower as it connects to the roof of the church. If it's going to get some additional resistance, it would have to come from the roof of the church because that's the point at which the load's being applied. On the south side, we've got 8 or 10 roof joists from the cone-shaped roof over top the gallery area that are pocketed into the brick wall, but the sheathing on that cone roof stops about 3 feet or so away from the bearing point of the rafter. Probably in one of my reports somewhere, but anyway, if you're going to try to resist the lateral load, those rafters are perpendicular to the wall. So if you put a load parallel to the wall and try to resist it by the rafters that are perpendicular to the wall, the rafters have to work in a weak axis direction. Cumulative resistance of those rafters is about 700 pounds at the most. So if we're trying to resist half of a 29,000 pound load, we don't get adequate resistance from those rafters at that point. And looking further at what's attached, if this is the south wall, those girders, those rafters come in this way to the rafters right at the bottom of right above the girder. There is a truss in the gallery that sits north-south and bears on a bracket on the side of this column. So we dug out the insulation, take a look at that connection. Well, there's a bracket, kind of a U-shaped bracket. And there's a bottom pairing wood truss, top of which isn't even laterally supported, sitting in that bracket. There's a hole in the bracket for a bolt, no bolt. So, and that truss runs over to a smaller column over in the middle of the gallery. The only thing kind of bracing the bottom of the gallery is the ceiling, which is pretty unreliable as a significant diaphragm. And then the north end is not even positively anchored to the column. So I can't assign much resistance to that gallery truss for any resistance in the north-south direction. Then in the west wall, we've got a rafter that starts about here and comes down. I can't see any connection between that rafter and the side of the bell tower. So if we're trying to take forces in this direction and we're trying to get it into the roof, there's no attachment. You can see the rafter flying open when you're up in the attic here. It's not even adjacent to part of the bell tower. In fact, that rafter supports part of the brick of the bell tower. We can't identify an adequate resistance to the lateral forces that this bell tower generates. And we feel that that's a serious latent deficiency with this structure. It's one that can perhaps be forgiven by Chapter 34, and I'll get into that in just a second, but at least from a seismic point of view. But when you build a structure, you have to deal with the loads, whether you deal with them fully or partially, you need a lateral bracing system. It has to be complete. It has to start at the point of the load application. It has to end up at the foundation. So we have this bell tower. What I think is unusual about it is the fact that the major wind sail and mass of this tower starts 45 feet above the street. And how it was managed from there down is not adequate.
There was some testimony by Ms. Dombrowski that indicated that in her opinion, there were some connections at the first floor level, at the second floor level, and at the roof, which connections provided some lateral load resistance. So the question on the first floor connections, even if there was a connection on the first floor, would that provide any lateral load resistance for the bell tower wind impact above the girder?
If we're trying to resist loads that occur 45 feet of the ground, the first floor is 5 feet above the street. It's not, whatever connection happens to be at the first floor is not at the point of the load application, therefore can't help.
And also there was a claimed connection at the second floor level. That's below the girder as well?
Second floor is probably 15 feet below the girder or better.
And if there is a connection there and if.
Well, we've had our head in the ceiling, we've had our head in the floor. I mean, the column that's at the southwest corner, you can see the wood framing of the gallery coming around it. There's no positive connection to it. There's no girders at that point. Once you get inside the church, the walls are wood frame, they're not masonry. The north wall, north and west wall, the curved wall of the gallery is a wood frame wall. So it's kind of like the tower was kind of sort of constructed and then the church sort of came in around it, but I can't see that they're positively connected such that they could be relied upon to transfer the lateral loads from the bell tower to the foundation. There is an X brace that exists somewhat below the gallery floor. It runs from opposite corner columns to opposite corner columns. That helps brace the columns a little bit against buckling, but only in one direction, not the other one. And if you tie 4 columns together, they're still able to buckle under gravity load as a group. But a horizontal X brace does nothing to transfer vertical shear forces.
My question is, if there is a connection at the second floor level, I think you said that's 15 feet roughly below the girders, right?
It doesn't exist at the point of the load application, so it can't really help get the force from the girder level down to the foundations.
And the load application is the bell tower above the girders.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's where the wind is hitting, correct?
That's where the wind is hitting.
So connections at first or second floor are not in a position to effectuate resistance to the lateral forces hitting the bell tower. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. They cannot transfer the loads from the bell tower to the foundation
And
because
the
they don't
only-
exist at the point of the load application.
The only other connection was the roof testified to by Ms. Dombrowski, and that you studied it, and based upon what you saw, that could provide, did you say 700 pounds?
The girder, the rafters on the south side, if you add them together, I think it's worth about 700 pounds lateral load.
As compared to a wind load that would
Ostensibly
require
14,500.
would require resistance of a 14,500 load,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
Okay.
And, you know, we've talked about chapter 34. We've talked about grandfathering in the building. Just a couple quick historic points. The first registered engineer in Ohio was born the year after this building was built. He was registered in 1933. The first attempt to control construction in Ohio was authorized in 1911, 16 years after this building was built. The first code was 1955, which was 60 years after this building was built. Art talked, somewhat at length as to why 34 is there and what it's intended to do. And it's intended to, make sure we don't tear down the built inventory that we have here. But if you get into 34, it talks about demand capacity ratios. If you increase the demand capacity ratio by 10%, it's forgivable, which makes sense. If I got a demand capacity ratio of 0.6 and I increase it to 0.66, well, we reduced the safety factors by more than that when we went from ASD to LRFD, but it puts an onus on the design professional involved in a project to ascertain whether the exceptions in 34 are applicable to a project.
When you say it, what is it that puts the onus on the design professional?
The existence of chapter 34.
Can you read
can
this
point-
section of chapter 34 that's in your report at page 6? The report that's marked as exhibit 11, just read that. It's page 6, little e. Just read that short sentence on the portion of chapter 34 you're focusing on, and then I'll ask you to comment on that, please.
A portion of chapter 34 essentially allows existing structures to remain as originally constructed until a change is made which would affect the forces in the gravity or lateral.
Excuse me, sir. This is the court reporter.
Yes.
I'm respectfully requesting if you could start that over and read it a little more slowly for me so I can
Certainly.
get all those technical terms. Thank you very much.
Randy, I'm focusing on E on page 6. That's the portion of chapter 34 that you were commenting on. Can you go to that and read that section? It's 3401.2
Certainly.
in Exhibit 11.
Chapter 3401.2 requires a building to be safe, and this building is not. OBC 3401.2, maintenance. Building structures, equipment, and parts thereof shall be maintained in a safe and sanitary condition, as a partial quote of that
Okay, now how does that
clause.
impact your review of this structure and the opinions you have come to? Chapter 34.
Well, our view of the structure is there is not a complete lateral bracing system to take the loads from the bell tower to the foundation. So provisions in 34, which would preclude review of seismic loads in particular, still, you have the requirement to have a safe building. You have to have a lateral force rebracing system that is complete, which you can trace from the beginning, the application of the loads to the foundation. There's sections in 34 that says if, you have damage to the structure and it's not caused by seismic, you don't have to consider seismic. If you have damage caused by if you don't have damage caused by snow, you don't necessarily have to worry about it, but that's giving a building a permission to fail before you bother to fix it. And there's no application in structural engineering to allow a building to fail. If a lateral bracing system is 30% damaged to reach the substantially damaged level, in a structure that is made of unreinforced masonry, 30% degradation of the lateral capacity basically means it's on the ground. There's no ductility here. This building is brittle. The resisting elements in the building are brittle. So
what happens to a brick wall? Excuse me. What happens to a brick wall when you rotate 16 or 17 inches?
It comes apart. I mean,
is that because the bricks are brittle?
The bricks are brittle, the mortar is brittle. It's not intended to have a twisting force placed on the wall. As I said, if you were to do this in a concrete material, you would have all kinds of reinforcing in that wall to resist those forces.
So the purpose of that portion of the chapter 34 that you read to the board is, in your view, I think you're saying the structure, as you review the structure has to be maintained in a safe condition.
Right. And as the engineer, regardless of 34, we have to ascertain that the building has all the parts necessary and that it has at least sufficient strength to resist the forces that are expected on the building, whether they're current loads or legacy loads or previously approved loads. And if we're going to grandfather in a structure and we are going to accept it once it's accepted by the, local building official, what do you do with a building that had no local building official? I mean, that's essentially where we're at here. We've got an existing building. We keep talking about returning it to its original condition, yet we have no assurance the original condition was sufficient. And in fact, we know it's not. Let's go back up to the steeple for a moment.
Hang on, please. Let's put this in context for the board. Referring to Exhibit 11 on page 4, you start talking about the other areas that you have issues with concerning the bell tower and the steeple. So would you look at page 4 of your Exhibit 11? This is your report dated November 29 of 21. We've dealt with A and B. One is overall stability. That's the lateral force issue. B, you've dealt with the deteriorated box girders. Page 4C talks about dislodged stone water table. Can you address that and tell the board what you observed and why, in your opinion, that's an issue to the safety of the structure?
On the north side of the bell tower, at the elevation of the top flange of the plate box girders. There's a transition in the stone veneer from a placement outside the plane of the box girder to back to where the face of the veneer is essentially flush with the flange of the box girder. So everything above that is directly supported by the box girder. Everything below that is just a veneer bearing on itself down through to the foundations. And there's a stone water table that bridges that transition. Probably because of brick growth from the wall down below where it's out of sight and it's brick instead of sandstone has grown enough to dislodge that water table. And there may not have been much attachment of the veneer to the face of the girder in the first place, but the whole thing started moving outward, risking buckling of that stone in the area of the girder. And what I'm concerned about further is that since the water table is under the stone above, it runs the risk of if the water table buckles out and fails, it may actually drop the veneer above. So that was one of our early remediations we were suggesting, was that we make sure that that stone table, water table, and the stone above it is secured to the tower before any significant remediation work was done on the tower.
Have there been circumstances where the stone has fallen off the tower?
The only actual whole piece I'm aware of is the gargoyle that was on the southeast corner.
What happened?
It broke off. It bounced off of a nice sloped roof. It tumbled out across the sanctuary roof. Didn't end up on the street, fortunately. Probably weighed 100 pounds or better.
Okay.
There's
Let's
3
go.
more on the building. If the southwest one broke loose, it's got a potential of ending up on the street.
Let's go back then to your report for, we've covered A, B, and C. How about D? D indicates in this report, Exhibit 11, your report of September 29, 2021, an opinion regarding inadequate gravity support for the belfry steeple framing. Would you describe to the board, please, what you observed and what your opinions are in that regard?
Okay, as we start to look further at the bell tower, once we get involved in the project, we're looking at the belfry structure itself. And I'll admit, the first couple times I was in the building, I saw the 12 posts around the belfry, and I thought, well, these are sitting on the masonry walls of the tower below. And it finally dawned on me, no, they're not. They're sitting on 2x6 blocks of wood, which span between 2x8 floor joists, which span 16 feet across the center of the belfry. So the entire steeple is sitting on the floor joist of the belfry level, 2x8, spanning 16 feet, which is not very robust in the first place. And the posts are sitting on blocks of wood, nailed together. I don't see any straps holding it down or holding it up. I don't see any attachment into the masonry. So I mean, that's a very anemic support system for 50 feet of structure above it. Then you've got the 4 posts that are about 12 feet tall. They've got plates nailed to the top of them. There's nothing in the belfry to laterally brace the belfry structure itself. The item G on your list there.
Is that your opinion on D regarding inadequate gravity support for the belfry?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that that makes the structure unsafe to a reasonable degree of structural engineering certainty?
It gave me significant pause when I finally realized what was going on. It's like, this is crazy. Who would build a building this way?
And is that?
And then you go downstairs, you go down below the 4th floor, and you find shoring that's been jammed in underneath the 4th floor. You can see where it's not even bearing on the brick on the south side.
Let me go back to the belfry support. Is it your opinion that that's unsafe?
Yes.
Okay, let's go on to E. This is part E on page 4 of Exhibit 11, missing tie-down system for steeple and belfry structure. Would you describe to the board what facts you observed and what opinions you hold because of those, based on those facts.
Well, what I observed was just the rafters of the steeple itself attached to the plate that runs around the top of the post. You have a tall structure. It's very susceptible to catching wind, fairly narrow base, so you have a significant risk of uplift. On the windward side, when you get a serious wind on this steeple, there should be some component in the design of the steeple that anchors it down to the mass of the tower below.
Why is that? Why should there be?
To prevent it from lifting off and tipping over, basically.
Is that how they're designed today?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Old St. George was an example. I was in it after it burnt, and I think I included that in my report as one of the appendices. But if you looked at that steeple, you could see where the wood structure of the steeple itself was anchored well down in the mass of the masonry tower below, such that any overturning forces would be resisted by the mass of the masonry of that tower below, and the vertical forces were also transferred down into that masonry at the same level. So it gave it a very robust tie down and gravity support. And then further, if you look at the framing in those photographs, there's bracing, there's tie rods, there's straps. I mean, it's all anchored together such that it can behave as a singular unit. You know, what we have sitting out there today is.
Whoa. Hang on. When you said it was all anchored together, were you referring to the St. George structure or to
Yes, sir.
the First Lutheran
St. George
structure?
structure.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just using that as an anecdote for a steeple that was designed in a much more robust manner than what we see at the First Lutheran bell tower.
And is the way the absence of the tie downs for this First Lutheran bell tower, does that, in your opinion, make the structure unsafe?
Yes, it needs to be, they need to be added to make the structure safe.
And that's an opinion held to a reasonable degree of your structural engineering certainty, correct?
Yes, sir.
The next on this page 4 of Exhibit 11 is part F, deals with failed tension ring at the base of the wood frame steeple. I think you've already testified to that. Am I understanding your testimony correctly that the tension ring ought to be fully connected around the entirety of the ring, and instead at one corner it has opened up?
It's opened up on 3 corners. It's opened up to the point the plates are not even sitting on the post anymore at the southwest corner. There's only one of the 4 corners that have not essentially failed.
And does that, in your view, make the structure unsafe?
That makes it extremely unsafe.
The last point to cover on this page, page 4 of Exhibit 11, is G as in George, no lateral bracing system for the belfry. Would you tell the board, please, what you observed in that regard and what your opinions are regarding the safety of that?
We have the 12 6x6 posts that bear on the 2/8 floor joists that support the tension ring above it. One would expect the masonry piers and turrets that surround the belfry to be anchored to that system. But there's nothing to transfer lateral forces from the elevation of the tension ring at the base of the steeple down the 11 or 12 feet to the floor of the belfry itself. And then there's further no attachment of that belfry floor other than bearing into the masonry. There's no real shear connection of that floor to the masonry. So, I mean, it's just, the system is very anemic for the size and the exposure for which it has to resist.
And do you conclude then the structure is safe or unsafe because there's no lateral bracing system for the belfry?
It is unsafe because we have yet another missing component in the design of the overall belfry structure.
All of these subjects we've addressed on pages 3 and 4 of Exhibit 11. Number 1, overall instability. Number 2, deteriorated box girders. Number 3, the dislodged stone water table. Number 4, inadequate gravity support for the belfry framing. Number 5, missing tie-down system for the steeple. Number 6, the failed tension ring. And number 7, the absence of lateral bracing system for the belfry. Do all of those items, in your view, need to be fixed in order to make the bell tower safe?
To reoccupy the building and to properly remediate the tower for the future and for current occupancy, all of those need to be taken care of.
How about to reoccupy the building? What needs to be taken care of on the bell tower, please? In your
I think
opinion,
this entire list needs to be managed.
the entire list, the ones that I just listed, going from
These are all
overall
deficient.
instability. Hang on, please. When you say all of these need to be repaired in order to occupy the building, do you mean all of the ones I just listed on pages 3 and 4 of your exhibit 11, going from 3A overall instability down to 3G, no lateral bracing system for the belfry? Do all of those need to be repaired and remedied to be able to occupy the building and safely, in your opinion?
My recommendation is that A through G, every one of those needs to be remediated before the building is open for occupancy.
And that, okay. Let's go to page, I think it's 14 of this exhibit 10. It has photographs 25 and 26. I'd like you to look at those and describe to the board what they illustrate. Are you able, Mr. Wilson, to pull that up on and share, screen that so that we can be confident the board has it before, has these pictures before the board?
Give me that again.
20, this is page 14 of your exhibit, of the exhibit 11. That's your report of September 29, 2021.
Yes.
Page 14, photographs 25 and 26 are what I'd like you to look at, please.
I have the ability to share my screen.
I
You do.
assume so.
Yes.
So this is that deteriorated girder on the east side. You can see the edge of the flange.
I don't see it. Do
Mr. Wilson?
others?
No, we don't.
Share button. Hold on.
That's it.
There you go.
Are we there? Now
Okay.
which screen do I have up?
This is photo 25, it appears.
Do you see this photo?
I do.
Yes, we can see the cursor too.
Okay.
Where is the flange, please?
The flange is this 3/8 inch of steel you see here underneath the mortar joint.
Okay.
And you can see the flange has deteriorated to some degree. You've got a little pack rust above it, a little pack rust below it. But the more critical element is what used to be the 4x4 angle. And here's some rivets if you look closely.
That used to be metal around those rivets?
These are the rivets. They're deteriorated. You're seeing the bits and pieces that are left of the rivets.
But was it the angle that used to be between the rivets?
Yeah, the angle was continuous. There's a rivet every 4 or 6 inches down through here. So you see rivet, 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 but the rivets, in totally deteriorated condition. The angle by and large is gone. Don't even see an angle down in this area. This is where the other angle should be. Don't see it.
Okay, show the board if you would, exhibit 20, or I'm sorry, same page, but photo 26. Tell the board what this is, please.
Another photo in the same area. Just a second. Yeah. Just showing the deterioration of that angle. I mean, here's the angle right here. There's a rivet. There's a rivet. I don't even see a rivet down here.
But when you say it's deteriorated, and part it appears to be missing in action.
It's basically missing, yes, it's missing in action. I mean, this is not something you would rely on to connect the web and the flange together. I mean, our recommendation has been, if we're going to repair it, this has to be removed a bit at a time and either welded back together in some manner.
And above sitting on the flange, is that the brick wall, the
That's
630?
the stone wall
Hang on, please. Let me finish the question.
Excuse me.
Above, is that the brick wall, the 630,000 pounds of brick wall resting on the flange?
Yes, sir.
Supposed to be, the flange, I take it from your testimony, is supposed to be supported by the angle and the rivets, and the angle simply is missing in spots.
The angle in conjunction with the flange and the web, the four angles, the two webs and two flanges make the box beam. When any of those components are gone, you no longer have a viable member. So at the very least, I mean, the inside is still in decent shape. I'll give you that. So this still kind of acts as an I-beam, but this outside face is not able to function as a shear element to transfer loads between the web and the flange. There's some risk that this thing could actually pop out since we're losing any kind of attachment between the two. This condition scared me when I saw it. I mean, I say it somewhat in jest, but I backed up 50 feet and called a demolition contractor to figure out how quickly we could get the thing on the ground. So this is serious.
Okay. I'd like to shift the focus from your report, which you talked about, this Exhibit 11, to the report of Ms. Dombrowski. It's OTR Exhibit 6. This is her report of June 30, 2021. Can you unshare your screen, please?
Well, just to finish a quick discussion of the whole Chapter 34 thing. Without being required to put certain loads on a building by virtue of an intentional loophole in the code, we as engineers are then responsible for determining what's a reasonable approach to those situations, those buildings, and our concern in this building is not particularly whether it's wind or seismic or whatever, it's the lack of the complete system in several areas. We've got a lack of the bracing system from the girder to the ground. We've got a steeple, which, even with the JCA reports, need a lot of work to make them whole again. So, we're kind of left a little bit to our own devices to determine what is needed to make this building safe for the public. Art's testified that no, we don't have to do seismic, yet we have what would probably be one of the worst type of structures for a seismic risk that you could possibly imagine. I mean, go out in the middle of Washington Park, plant 4 50-foot tall columns and build a 630,000 pound bell tower on top of that, and then come back and put 2 unreinforced masonry walls to brace the thing, and tell me if you would have a picnic under it. I mean, we've got to have something we can rely on. And we talk about latent defects briefly. In the report that we wrote on September 29, we included an anecdote or an example of the Sandusky State Theater, similar age, probably 100 years old. Was up there last year after the back wall blew out, dropped the entire stage roof and a third of the audience chamber. And what I could see walking the site was the bearing wall in the back of the stage was mere 2 wides of brick supporting that.
Objection. Madam Chair, a couple of objections here. One, this is irrelevant what happened in Sandusky. 2, Mr. Wilson offers quite a few narratives here. I believe that these are supposed to be responses to questions by Mr. Shadley. not just unending narratives about Mr. Wilson's opinion. So I'd object to that as well.
I'll go forward and I'll propose a question. We'll get this focused. Go to page 8 of your report, Exhibit 11, please. This is your September 29, 2021 report. Page 8, please. And would you share with the board, screen share photo 2? This is what you described. Why don't you do photo 1 first and then show them photo 2, please.
This is offered by way of a visual.
We're not seeing photo 1. We're seeing a fence and a prairie.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, what structure is this, please?
So the bell tower up in Walnut Hills that was preserved after the church itself was torn down.
And does it have 4 walls that carry the lateral load all the way to the foundation?
4 walls all the way to the foundation. So, I mean,
Show photo 2 now, please.
this is
What have you
just
done
trying to
here?
create an image similar to the cardboard model I showed you a moment ago of what we have at the bell tower. So
You mean at the First Lutheran?
at the
Bell
first
Tower?
Lutheran bell tower, we have the 2 walls missing with just a single column coming down. So there's very little stability compared to the photo 1 option.
And this is very little stability because of the torsional rotation, the 17 or
Because, yeah, there's
16
not
degrees.
enough bracing system here to prevent this from rotating about the far corner and potentially blowing up the unreinforced masonry walls that hold up those 2 sides.
Let's go on to page 9 of your report, Exhibit 11. Would you show the board, please, photo 3? What is this structure, please?
This is a state theater up in Sandusky, Ohio on the Lake Erie lakefront.
Why is it of some significance to your opinions? You can show the other photos if you like.
It's an older structure with what I consider a serious latent defect.
What is that?
This is the back wall of the stage house. 1, 2 wives is all I count here. This was a little wing sticking out. So this was a bearing wall structure. Supporting the roof, did so fine for quite a few years, but finally got a big enough wind pop last summer that it blew out the wall. And this was the result.
I just renew my objection, Madam Chair. This is irrelevant. It's more prejudicial than probative in any way. It has nothing to do with the current case. And we object and ask that the testimony about this and Walnut Hills and any other example buildings that Mr. Wilson wants to make up factual scenarios around be stricken from the record.
May I respond?
You want my response first, right?
No,
David?
Mr. Shadley has a chance to respond to the objection. from
Yeah, the reason these are being offered and this testimony is being offered is because they relate to Mr. Wilson's opinions that there are latent defects in the design of the First Lutheran Church bell tower, and that those latent defects need to be remedied to make the tower safe. This is an example of this, meaning the theater that's on the screen right now, the Sandusky Theater, is offered as an example of a latent defect which stood for decades, but eventually with a big enough wind fell so that the roof fell on the area where the audience would have been sitting. That's the significance of this. So it's not irrelevant to his opinions. It's an example of how latent defects can in fact stand for decades. but when you get a big enough wind, they can fail. Thank you.
So, Ms. Chair, would you like to allow him to testify to that?
Yes, I think he has the right to, so the objection would be overruled. Is that right?
That's right.
Mr. Wilson, put exhibit 5 or photo 5 back on the screen, please. Is it your opinion, having studied the theater, that there was a latent deficiency in the design to hold the roof up?
My opinion, there was a latent deficiency in this building that eventually led to its collapse. And it was a collapse that could have had dire consequences if the building had not been empty.
How long had the building stood before the roof collapsed in a wind?
I'm guessing about 100 years.
And is it your testimony that this serves as an example of why, when you find a latent defect, you need to fix it?
Yes, absolutely.
And does this correspond to the latent defects that you found in the First Lutheran bell tower, and support your opinion that we need to fix those latent defects?
Yes, it does.
Does all of that go back to chapter 34 and the specific language you read to the board, that it's the obligation to maintain the building so that it is safe?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, when you get involved in a building, regardless of the code, regardless of the history, as an engineer, when you become involved in a project, you can't give the building a pass just because. You need to make some determination that the building that you've now taken responsibility for is in fact whole, does in fact have load paths, and doesn't have latent defects to the degree you can discover them that would lead to, potential disaster. I doubt that there was any signs of distress on this thing until it popped. It just popped and brought the building down.
Action, move to strike that as speculation.
It is speculation.
Any response, Mr. Shadley?
Well, a portion of his answer addressed specifically the latent defect and why it's relevant to the consideration before the board. That's not speculation, that's his opinion.
I was referring to the specific statement about his speculation about what was and was not done at the building.
Say that again. Which part were you specifically referring to?
His last statement about what wasn't done at the building to lead to this. He has no personal knowledge of it.
Okay, I thought his last statement was that it probably did not show any signs prior to falling apart.
That's correct. So that's speculation on his part. I object to it.
Okay. The statements that are speculative should be stricken.
Thank you. Can you go on to photo 14 of your report, please? Share that with the board. Again, your report exhibit number 11. Is this the subject bell tower?
Yes, sir.
Is this added from Race Street?
Yes.
And are those the electrical wires that would be impacted should the tower fall?
Yes.
Go on to photo 16, please, and share that with the board. Is this the small building at 1212 Race Street?
Yes, it is.
Is it your opinion that in order to either demo or restore the bell tower, a portion of the building at 1212 Race Street has to be removed?
Yes.
And why is that, please?
The tower needs to be scaffolded. If a scaffold system put up around it to gain access to it, that system would want to sit in this area here. And the material either coming or going, since there is no access on Race Street anymore, needs to go out the back alley. So just the practical application of trying to do the work, this is the obvious staging area from which to do that work.
And would that be necessary, in your opinion, independent of whether the bell tower is taken down or restored?
I would have that opinion, yes.
Bring to the screen, if you would, photo 18 in your same report, exhibit number 11. Is that the gallery area?
It is the gallery area.
Is that one of the posts that supports the girders?
This is the southwest column that supports the bell tower.
If the gallery area, as you understand it, is that an area of gathering?
Yes,
And if the bell tower fell, is it at risk of falling immediately in this area?
yes,
And if people were in there, crushing the people?
potentially, yes.
Go on to your photograph, please. 29. What does this illustrate, please?
This is that water table we discussed. It's starting to buckle out here and has the risk of this stone and potentially some above it from collapsing under the building next door.
Go to your photo 31, please. What is this? What is that? Not what generally speaking does this show?
We haven't talked about it, but we've got the 4 turrets on the corner. We've got this pier, stone pier with the stone arch.
And why
the
is
initial-
why is it of some significance to you, this picture?
The wedge you can see on the right-hand side, about 3 inches wide, indicates how much this pier has been pushed by this arch. And this arch is dislodged, so the original design was inadequate to support this arch structure above it.
And when you say this pier, run the cursor over the pier that's been dislodged.
This one right here.
Okay, and then show with the cursor at the bottom, is there any gap between that pillar of material and are those louvers in the middle?
Yeah, it's a louver.
Okay, is there any gap on the right-hand side there?
I don't see a gap here. I see about 3 inches at the top, and I see a dislodged arch at the keystone at the top of this assembly.
And what is it, a point where the 3 inches are to your eyes view?
Right there.
So what does it mean to the board if there's no gap at the bottom, but a 3-inch gap up at the top on the right-hand side?
It means that this part of the bell tower structure is inadequately designed from the original construction, in that it has been able to push the pier to the side, allowing the keystone to be dislodged. And you have a similar condition on the east side. I don't know that I've been able to see the north and south all that well.
Does the latent deficiency, are there other examples that you can recall where there was a latent deficiency in the design and the structure failed, or the part of the structure failed?
One we mentioned in our report was the Kansas City Skywalks. There was a latent deficiency in the way that was constructed.
Was that the Hyatt?
That was a Hyatt.
And tell the board, if you would, what that latent deficiency was and what happened when the latent deficiency was not corrected.
There were 2 skywalks suspended from the ceiling of the lobby in that structure. It was detailed initially to have a single tie rod passing through both skywalk structures. The steel detailer elected to use 2 rods and offset them at the upper skywalk. When they were fully loaded with people, the upper skywalk, that member collapsed and dropped the whole thing. So it's just another example of where as structural engineers, we need to be aware and vigilant when we find the latent deficiency, that it is not ignored.
I've got probably, I'm going to address this to the Madam Chair. I've got probably a half hour to 20 minutes left of questioning. This might be a good time for people to take a break, but of course, that's not for my discretion to decide. Madam Chair, is it reasonable to do that now, or do you want me to move on, please?
David, do we have any issue with that procedurally?
I mean, I think it's up to everyone, really. If
What
we
kind
need a recess. we
Just
can
5
do that.
minutes is what I'm proposing, just a potty break.
Does that work for the other, Mr. Suter and your team?
Yes, that's probably a good time for a break. I did want to ask, I mean, we have, just to understand, is Mr. Shadley, are you going to be calling Brian Ferguson as well?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got the rest of Mr. Wilson's testimony, our cross-examination. We have Mr. Ferguson's testimony, cross-examination, and closing arguments, I believe, are what are left here. It's possible we may not make it through it today.
Oh, I think we'll make it.
Oh,
Just throwing it out there. Hopefully we can. Thank you.
To be clear, yes, he'll finish his witnesses. Mr. Shadley will finish his witnesses. You can cross-examine either of them. You actually have a chance at opportunity for rebuttal. Then we'll do closing arguments, then deliberate. Okay, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I just want to make sure the court reporter was ready to go.
Ready?
Yeah, okay. Looks like everybody's here whenever you guys, and we're recording and on YouTube still.
Mr.
I'm
Chair,
ready to
whenever,
proceed with the chair's blessing.
Yes, please.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, are you with us? Cannot hear you, Mr. Wilson. Or see you. Oh, there you are. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, great. I wanted to go back and just have a question or two on the small building at 1212 and your indication that it needed to be removed, a portion of it to effectuate repair or demolition. I failed to ask you, and I apologize, I should have, what's the alternative to removing 1212 if you want to restore or demo the the bell tower? What is the alternative to that?
I believe in the past that the tower has been accessed from Ray Street with probably a crane or a lift or something to that effect. With the construction of the trolley and the continual cycle of that trolley up and down the street, that option has basically been removed. So I don't know how you go at it if you don't have some staging area north of the building. I mean, the tower is sited above the actual church. It's sited back from the street 20, 30 feet. It's sited away from the alley by 50 some feet. The only place geographically that you can get at the tower is from that north lot. So that seems to be a reasonable place from which to stage. In my opinion, that's what ought to be permitted.
Is it, as it relates to the items in your report that we've covered, this is 3A through G on pages 3 and 4 of your report, Exhibit 11. Roughly how long would it take, and based on your experience, to perform all of the repairs to those items that are at issue, which I think you've testified need to be repaired before anyone's allowed back in the building, in your view? How long would that take? In other words, how long would you have to close Ray Street if you chose, you could not access it from the 1212 lot?
We've kind of got a number out there of 6 to 8 weeks if we were going to try to demolish it and had to do it from Ray Street. If you were going to try to build back some of these other elements that we feel are necessary to stabilize, it could take even longer than that. It could be 2-3 months maybe.
And that would be of closing Ray Street. Is that what you're referring to?
If you're going to work from Ray Street, you're going to have to close Ray Street and potentially take down the trolley wires, which I'm not sure is even an option.
Why might you have to take down the trolley wires?
Just because of the voltage that would be a risk to anybody trying to work over top of them.
Okay, let's shift then back to the bell tower itself. You've given us a number of opinions on why, in your view, the bell tower is unsafe. I'm not going to rehash those, but I failed to ask you, in your opinion, is the condition of the bell tower an emergency adversely affecting the safety of the public?
Yes, it is an emergency adversely affecting the safety of the public.
And I take it from your testimony, it's an emergency in 2 areas. One is the gravity load, and secondly, the risk of the lateral load and potential winds impacting and turning over the tower. Is that correct?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I object and ask to strike the answer of Mr. Wilson relative to his legal conclusion about whether this is an emergency. That matter is determined by Art Dahlberg, the chief building official, and his order speaks for itself. And Mr. Wilson should not be able to testify to the ultimate legal conclusion in this case. So I object and ask for his opinion to be stricken from the record. Thank you.
May I respond?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson's an expert. Experts testify to opinions. There is nothing in the law that bars an expert testifying to the ultimate issue. In fact, that's often what experts are hired to do. Here, the issue is there an emergency? Mr. Wilson has testified there is. It's consistent with the opinion of Mr. Dahlberg. There's no reason to strike it. That's his opinion, based on his experience and knowledge, and expert witnesses are entitled in our system to provide such opinions. Thank you.
I think the comments can remain in the record.
I'd like to go.
So the objection's overruled.
Objections overruled, sorry.
Let's go to Ms. Dombrowski's report, OTR exhibit number 7, please. Do you have that before you, Mr. Wilson? This is her report of September 11.
I have it.
There's a statement on the first page. I'm going to read it, and I'm going to ask you whether you agree or disagree and why. The statement is as follows. First page, bolded. This is exhibit 7. There were no obvious signs of distress related to the overall structural integrity of the main gravity and lateral support systems of the bell tower. As to the main gravity system, do you agree that there were no obvious signs of distress?
We've talked at length about the obvious signs of distress of the gravity system of this bell tower. The girder's coming apart, the steeple's threatening to fall over. I mean, that in my opinion is an inaccurate conclusion to be drawn from this bell tower.
Is the tension ring being separated in 3 quarters, is that to your thinking an obvious sign of distress?
It's obvious to me, yes.
Is the absence of the flange and the rivets holding the flange, I'm sorry, the absence of the angle iron on the girder and the absence of the inability of any rivets to hold a missing angle iron, is that in your opinion a obvious sign of distress?
Yes, I believe that's very obvious that it's at risk of collapse and failure.
Ms. Dombrowski offers an opinion that when you don't have signs of distress, this question relates to the lateral load support systems for the bell tower. When you don't have signs of distress, you don't need to calculate and account for lateral loads such as wind loads. Do you agree with that from an engineering standpoint? Is that competent engineering practice?
From an engineering point of view, all lateral loads need to be addressed, and there needs to be a load path established from the point of application to the foundation. If that load path cannot be found and figured, if you will, you have a deficiency in the building that needs to be addressed. We don't have the privilege of allowing structures to fail before we fix them. When they fail, we have disastrous consequences. So in my opinion, the lateral bracing system of the tower is a latent defect that needs to be addressed in a positive manner, independent of whether there's obvious signs of distress or not. The load path can't be identified, can't be calculated. Therefore, in my opinion, the bell tower is, from a lateral point of view, unsafe.
Let's go to page 3 of that exhibit, OTR number 7. There's a statement in the middle of the page by Ms. Dombrowski. I'll read it. It is important to note that at the sanctuary attic level, the south masonry wall of the bell tower supports the northern rafters of the sanctuary dome, interconnecting the 2 structures, both vertically and laterally. Do you agree with that statement? And explain your answer, please.
The rafters obviously are supported in the masonry, but to count on them for a lateral support of the bell tower, where you're trying to take the wind load and seismic force from the bell tower and distribute it out through the greater church structure, there's not significant anchorage here to do that. We've talked on the order of magnitude of 14,500 pounds of lateral load parallel to the south wall. I think, as I mentioned earlier, if I look at those rafters, which don't even have sheathing extending down to the brick wall, They might be good for 700 pounds, give or take. Far cry from the 14,000 needed to distribute that load out through the greater structure.
You disagree with her statement, are you
I
saying?
disagree.
Let's go on to the next page, page 4 of this exhibit number 7 of OTRX 7. There's a statement in the second bullet point. I want to read it and ask you if you agree or disagree. The statement is as follows, quote, "The structural support is unknown, but assumed to tie to the structural steel support of the curved gallery mass west masonry wall at the north end," end of quote. From what you've observed of the structure, do you agree or disagree with the facts that she is assuming?
The mass, the curved gallery wall is a wood framed wall. It's not a masonry wall. The line below the west wall of the bell tower, if the lintel holding up the brick that extends about 6 feet from the north column were trying to be tied into the rest of the church structure, there's a stairwell in the way between that lintel and the column. So I don't see that there is a tie-in between the gallery structure at large and the bell tower itself.
2 more questions on this report. Exhibit OTR number 7 on page 5. There's a statement. I'll read it and ask you if you agree or disagree. Quote, this is the second to last bullet, page 5. Quote, "It is important to note that the sanctuary attic truss spanning across the gallery is supported by the southwest FLC bell tower column interconnecting the bell tower and sanctuary structures. The steel bracket supporting the wood truss was visible from the attic level. The steel bracket appeared to extend below and was visible at the gallery ceiling." Factually agree or disagree with those observations?
I agree the truss is sitting on the column, but it is not anchored to the column.
Why is it important that it be anchored to deal with lateral loads?
If we're trying to take a lateral load into the truss, it needs to make sure the truss doesn't separate from the column. I mean, if the bell tower were to move in some direction away from the truss would just fall off the bracket. There's a hole in the bracket for a bolt. There is no bolt. If it was just a single bolt, I don't know that would be adequate to transfer much load. And if you do get the load into the gallery truss, the only thing it's connected to is the ceiling.
Last question on this report, please. Turn to page 7. Again, exhibit OTR number 7. There's the following statement. I'll read it. Quote, "Just below the gallery floor, framing horizontal X bracing was found connecting the 4 cruciform columns, providing a brace for each column at this level and presumably included in the original construction to prevent the steel crucible columns from buckling outward." Does that X bracing have any effective role in resisting lateral wind forces?
That bracing is in a horizontal plane, connects the opposite columns. It's not oriented in a manner to transmit loads from an upper level to a lower level. If the tower were to rotate, as we've demonstrated in our model, the bracing would just go with it.
How far below the girder? How far below the girder is the X bracing?
Yeah, probably 15 feet or so. So I mean, it's not in a position to pick up loads from the bell tower and distribute them to a lower level.
I want to read to you just a couple other statements and see if you can advise the board whether you agree or disagree with statements by Ms. Dombrowski. This is on page 86 of her testimony, I believe. 1 minute. We were talking about a wind load, and on page 86 at line 7, she's testified.
Bear with me for a moment, please.
Sorry.
Okay.
He testifies at line 7 on page 86, quote, "You also have to take into account the dead load and the dead load, which is the weight that we are talking about, the walls, the bell, all of that. Help us in wind load," close quote. Can you tell the board from an engineering standpoint whether that's an informed and accurate position or an inaccurate one, and why?
The dead load is a vertical load. The wind load is a lateral load. If you're trying to resist the lateral load with a horizontal vector, you need a resistance that's also horizontal. So a dead load with a vertical vector would not directly resist a lateral load developed by the wind.
A couple other points to cover, and we'll wrap this up. Mr. Wilson, you've worked on a number of projects. I think you testified that involve older buildings and the restoration or repair of older buildings, correct?
Yes.
Based on that experience, do you have knowledge regarding engineering costs that are generally incurred for such projects?
Yes.
What is the typical amount of engineering costs and projects to restore or modify older structures?
Just as a prime designer, including all the design components that would be involved, probably on the order of 7%.
Is there any reason to think that the engineering costs for the work on the bell tower will be any different, meaningfully different than 7% of the total project cost?
Could vary up or down just a little bit, but it'll be in that neighborhood.
Okay, I don't have any more questions at this point. Thank you very much for your attention.
Cross.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My colleague JP Burley is going to ask Mr. Wilson some questions.
Thank you for being here today, Mr. Wilson. I'm going to ask you a series of yes or no questions. And just for the sake of time, I would appreciate if you would answer yes or no, please. Is that all right?
Probably not.
All right, we will try to get through this anyway. Thank you. Just to be clear, you didn't author the notices at issue here, correct?
I did not.
Mr. Dahlberg and maybe his team authored the notices at issue, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And you understand that this appeal relates to those notices.
Objection, objection. The appeal relates to one notice, not two. The 1212 notice, we've established that. I think Art confirmed it. So I move to strike the question.
Response.
Madam Chair, the notice relating to 1212 has no basis but for the notice relating to 1208, as Mr. Dahlberg has already explained.
Will you repeat your question as you asked it to Mr. Wilson?
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Dahlberg's concern was deterioration of the gravity load system from water intrusion, correct?
So he testified.
Objection, he testified to an order, a wind matter as well, wind issue. A Mother Nature event, as he called it.
I don't think that's an objection. I think Mr. Shadley wants to testify.
Well,
The
the
record
board,
speaks for itself.
yeah, I agree. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Shadley, you're withdrawing your objection on that question.
I thought there was no objection and they were accepting Mr. Wilson's response as it was given without the commentary of Mr. Shadley. Is that correct?
Can I have the Corey Board read back the question that Mr. Wilson answered, please?
Yes.
One second, please. So you want the answer read back, sir? Is that
Negative.
correct?
Negative, his question.
The question. Okay, let me search. 1 second, please. Okay, I have a question by Mr. Burley. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Dahlberg's concern was deterioration of the gravity load system from water intrusion, correct? That was the question.
Okay. As the question asked for one of his concerns, I'll withdraw the objection.
You can proceed.
And Mr. Wilson, you were present in the previous hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Mr. Dahlberg testify in that hearing, correct?
I did.
And you heard him say, with respect to his initial visit to the bell tower, so it gave us a great opportunity to see the amount of water infiltration that was coming into the structure. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Did you hear him say, what we didn't observe was any evidence of the building suffering from the inability to transfer lateral loads down throughout the building? Did you hear Mr. Dahlberg say that?
Sorry, say that again.
Were you present and did you hear Mr. Dahlberg say the following? What we didn't observe was any evidence of the building suffering from the inability to transfer lateral loads down throughout the building.
Yes.
Did you hear him say, but what we did see is problems with the mechanism of transferring gravity loads. Virtually all of it was created by the water intrusion. Did you hear Mr. Dahlberg say that at the previous hearing?
I did. I'm going to ask for a brief pause.
This is the court reporter. Are we just off the record or?
Madam Chair?
No, I believe we're still on the record, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I believe we still are on the record. Just pause.
Mr. Shadley had, Mr. Shadley's witness, Mr. Wilson, has turned off his camera and muted, so I'm not sure why.
I'm back, sorry.
Is there a problem, Mr. Wilson?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Repeat the question, please.
You answered it. Thank you. Did you also hear the following question at the previous hearing, asked of Mr. Dahlberg by a member of this board? Your view after your review of visiting of the structure is that you observe problems with the gravity load, but not with the lateral load. Is that right?
Yeah, let me just object. We all know what he testified to. I don't know why it's relevant to the board whether this witness recalls a different witness's testimony. The testimony is in the record. The board can read it. I object to the question. It's irrelevant whether this fella, Mr. Wilson, recalls testimony of another witness. The board hears it. The board has it. It's in its transcript.
Madam Chair, may I speak in response?
Yes, please.
Thank you. This line of questioning will demonstrate that Mr. Wilson is testifying to concerns that are in excess of Mr. Dahlberg's concerns underlying the notice. And as Mr. Dahlberg's concerns are those at issue, this line of questioning will explain that Mr. Wilson's concerns are not relevant.
Well, yeah, may I respond?
David, is that allowed? Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, again, it's up to your discretion. I think giving the sides equal opportunity it's what's most important here. But if you feel like you already understand or already know how you're going to rule on this, you don't need to hear Mr. Shadley's response. It's up to you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Shadley.
The point the Attorney Burley is making is, what was the thinking of Art Dahlberg? The thinking of Art Dahlberg has been testified to at this hearing. Today specifically, he was concerned, yes, about gravity load problems, but he has testified today under oath that he had I think he said, a significant concern about wind load and an event from Mother Nature coming up, toppling this building over. So to characterize Mr. Dahlberg's concerns as singularly gravity load is inconsistent with the record. He's testified that he was worried about wind load. End of response. Thank you.
I would sustain your objection. I don't think anything is, the discussion is to one singular issue, regardless of how the letter is stated.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, you testified on direct examination that you found no signs of distress from the lateral load in the bell tower. Is that correct?
That's true.
That is correct?
Yes.
And you understand that Chapter 34 of the Ohio Building Code does not require you to consider loads where there are no signs of distress, correct?
That is an inadequate way to view this problem. It gives me the privilege of ignoring it, but I am responsible for that building. That is something Mr. Dahlberg is not responsible for. When I look at the overall building, regardless of what 34 allows me to ignore, I cannot ignore a latent defect that puts the public at risk. So whether it's damaged or not, I don't know why the building has to fail before we choose to address a latent defect.
Thank you, Mr.
Building
Wilson.
has a significant latent defect that must be addressed as part of the overall solution to its situation.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. To your knowledge, do any of the notices contain the two words latent defect?
Not to my knowledge.
We're dealing with one notice. Again, this is a one notice hearing. I object.
And Mr. Wilson,
Hold on, Mr. Shadley, what is the basis for your objection?
He's referring to the notices. The other notice on 1208 is irrelevant. The board is here to consider the notice on 1212, the amended notice finding there's an emergency and it needs to be remedied immediately.
Response, and sorry, Mr. Suter, could you tell me your colleague's name again?
JP Burley.
Burley, Mr. Burley, do you have a response?
yes, sir. My point is the same as what we offered earlier. We have heard testimony from Mr. Dahlberg that the 1212 notice has no basis but for the 1208 notice. They are linked together.
Ms. Chair. Can you answer the question?
Yes, I think the question can stay as asked.
Mr. Burley, would you like to restate your question?
I'm afraid at this point, I don't remember what my question was.
Ask about the words latent defect. They're not in the order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wilson. And you testified that to your knowledge, the words latent defect are not present in any of the notices, including the 1212 notice.
To my knowledge.
And you didn't hear Mr. Dahlberg use the words latent defect in his testimony today, did you?
I did not. I am bringing before the board and anybody who's interested, the fact that there is a latent defect with this building, regardless of what's in which order and who's seen what on what day. There's problems with this building. They need to be
Thank you,
all
Mr.
resolved
Wilson. Thank you.
to deal with it.
Mr. Wilson, have you reviewed what has been marked as Exhibit OTR 13? It is a letter from Mr. Dahlberg to Pastor Brian Ferguson dated August 16th, 2021.
I have.
Do you recall seeing in that letter the following words from Mr. Dahlberg? Designs that incorporate higher safety factors are not wrong. Rather, they are in excess of the code requirements.
Indicates the code requirements are inadequate in some cases.
Are you contesting the requirements of the Ohio Building Code?
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. So it's clear that you and Ms. Dombrowski have diverging opinions of the degree of severity of the condition of the bell tower, but you both provided solutions to those problems, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your survey report, you provided 3 options for consideration. Is that right?
Dated.
Which report are we talking about, please?
That is
9/16 of 20.
That's correct. Thank you.
What exhibit, please?
That exhibit has been marked as OTR 10.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wilson, I would refer you to the bottom of page 4 and the top of page 5, where you list the 3 options.
Okay.
Option 1, raise the bell tower to the level of the transfer girders. Is that correct?
Yes.
And option 2, remove the masonry and wood framing above the belfry floor level, remove the sandstone veneer, remove the brick backup wall above the girders, fully repair the girders to restore stability and capacity. Is that correct?
Yes.
And option 3 is to fully restore the bell tower. Is that correct?
Yes.
So demolition is simply one of 3 possibilities, any one of which would resolve the issues with the bell tower, correct?
Yes.
And you and the team at THP has outlined a detailed path for stabilization, correct?
January 22nd report.
That's correct. Thank you for pointing me there. And that report proposed 3 phases, which will prioritize the stabilization and repair of structural elements, while fundraising continues for the completed tower facade repairs and the accessible entry, correct?
Yes.
And you broke out those phases as follows. Phase 1, immediate stabilization for access to the bell tower, correct?
Yes, sir.
Phase 2, structural stabilization and facade restoration efforts, correct?
Yes.
And that phase 2 is actually broken out into 3 subparts. Phase 2A, reinforcing and reconstruction of the steeple and interior tower levels, correct?
Restoration and reinforcement of the tower structure. 2A.
Thank you. And phase 2B is construction of the seismic stabilization tower, correct?
Yes.
Phase 2C is restoration of the bell tower facade, correct?
Yes.
Phase 3 is construction of the new accessible entry and elevator building, correct?
Yes.
So let's go through those a little bit. Phase 1 is initial stabilization, correct? To create
Yes.
stable conditions within the tower to allow for the full scale structural stabilization and face restoration work.
Right.
Is that
It
correct?
says in the first sentence, yes.
That includes attaching the belfry columns to existing masonry walls. Correct?
Yes.
Installing new steel corner tie plates, correct?
Yes.
Anchoring the north wall stone water table, correct?
Yes.
And repairing the steel box girders, correct?
Yes.
Phase 2A is reinforcement of the tower structure, correct?
Yes.
Installing various new bracing and columns, correct? Is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
I'm reading through it. You paraphrased on this one instead of quoting word for word.
Is phase
In
2A?
part, yes.
Okay. Replacing and upgrading the wooden flooring within the tower, correct?
Yes.
Installing a new steel access staircase between the levels, correct?
Yes.
And installing a new steel ring beam at the base of the steeple roof framing and anchoring the steeple rafters to that beam, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So those are phases 1 and 2A. This phase 2B, that's the seismic stabilization tower, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say that the existing building north of the church would be raised and a new structure erected in its place. The new structure would serve as an accessible entry to the church and have a facade on the street level that replicates a historical storefront that once existed on the site. THP recommended using the elevator structure to stabilize the bell tower for seismic load requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the emergency notice does not require an accessible entry, correct?
That is true.
And we have established that neither Art Dahlberg nor the Ohio Building Code require a seismic upgrade, correct?
But it does require the building to be stable, and it is not.
Neither Art Dahlberg nor the Ohio Building Code call specifically for seismic upgrades, correct?
That's a fair statement.
Thank you. So is it a fair statement that phase 2B is not necessary to stabilize the bell tower?
That is not a fair statement.
And you are aware, again, of Mr. Dahlberg's statement that designs that incorporate higher safety factors are not wrong. Rather, they are in excess of the code requirements. Correct?
But Mr. Dahlberg is not responsible for this building. He does not spend any time studying this building. He does not realize or has not testified to the fact that he realizes that it's missing a lateral bracing system, be it seismic, wind, or otherwise. So yes, it is beyond what the minimum requirements of the code are, but in this case, there's a latent defect in the building that must be resolved in order to adequately repair the tower.
And you heard Mr. Dahlberg testify today that if repairs listed in your phase 1 and your phase 2A were completed, that would allow him to lift the order, correct?
That's between you and him, sir.
And just to go through this, phase 2C is the facade restoration, correct?
Yes, sir.
And phase 2C is not necessary to stabilize the bell tower, correct?
Phase 2C removes some of the pending failure points within the tower. For instance, the
gargoyles that you mentioned.
The gargoyles and the spreading arches at the top of the vents. There are issues there that need to be resolved.
Sure.
We can put them in a different category, but they need to be resolved regardless.
Absolutely, they need to be resolved at some point. Just to be clear though, a gargoyle is not a structural element holding up the bell tower, correct?
It is not a structural element holding up the bell tower.
And you actually broke facade restoration out into a separate section, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you consistently referred to the facade restoration as separate from stabilization, correct?
Yes,
So phases 1 and 2A of your report will stabilize the bell tower and satisfy Art Dahlberg's concern underlying this notice.
Objection. You asked him that question, he said, no, you have to do 2B to stabilize it. It's already answered the question.
Burley, response?
Mr. Wilson, I understand that you believe phase 2B is necessary. Did you hear Mr. Dahlberg testify that phase 1 and phase 2A will satisfy his concerns?
Same objection as before, which was sustained. Whether he heard a witness say a certain thing is irrelevant to the board. The witness said the thing. It's in the transcript. The board can read it. It's irrelevant if he heard it. What you're trying to do instead is almost read the transcript back to the board. You get that opportunity at closing. The board can read the transcript. It's irrelevant to ask a witness whether he recalls something that's in the transcript. We've already had this objection. It was sustained. I don't know why you're doing it again.
Mr. Burley, would you like to respond to Mr. Shadley's objection?
We'll move on. It's fine. I did have one additional question for Mr. Wilson. You keep talking about latent defects. Can you define latent defect for me?
defect which has been in the building since its construction that may or may not have been heretofore identified.
And isn't it something that's concealed?
Not necessarily.
With latent, right?
Pardon?
It's a latent defect, right? It's not obvious.
No, it's latent. It's been there. It just hasn't been recognized.
Ah,
The steeple is easily recognized as having many latent defect, as was identified by both myself and Ms. Dombrowski. Those are very obvious when you go up and look at it if you're trained to notice them.
demolition is not the only option here, though, correct?
There is an overall program that needs to be enacted in order to properly stabilize the tower. So whether it's by demolition or a properly funded remediation, one or the other has to happen.
Demolition doesn't stabilize anything, it removes it, right?
It's true.
1 second while we just make sure we don't have any other questions, please. Mr. Wilson, have you done any forensic analysis of the structure of the building?
That meaning what?
X-rays,
What?
X-rays or any other?
How would I
type-
do x-rays?
Isn't it possible to X-ray a building?
Never heard of it before. Heard of
No,
x-raying concrete slabs, never heard of x-raying a building.
There's ways to look behind the facade
You
of the
stick
building.
your head through the floor and you stick your head through the ceiling. You can see what's out there.
So you're not
I've done it.
familiar- You're not familiar with the ability to X-ray a building like they did with Union Terminal, for example?
What are we looking for with an x-ray?
Any kinds of concealed defects that you might not be able to see with the naked eye. You haven't
Okay.
undertaken any type of procedure or process to determine what's going on behind the walls, other than looking at it. Is that correct?
I have studied this building. It's visible.
Okay.
I don't know where you would x-ray the thing to find something that you can't see by looking.
Okay. So the
We
answer is
keep,
no.
we keep alluding to a lot of interconnectivity that's somehow stabilizing the building. It hasn't been demonstrated. I haven't found it. Ms. Dombrowski hasn't found it. It hasn't been calculated. I don't have anything to go on that would say this thing is reliably stable and therefore we can forget about phase 2B. whether it's seismic or wind or whatever, there's missing components in this building that must be addressed if we're going to renovate the tower and reoccupy the building.
Mr. Wilson, you testified earlier that the building is unsafe for occupancy, correct?
My opinion, it's unsafe for occupancy.
But didn't you testify earlier, you spent 40 or 50 hours in the building?
Yes, I did, sir.
So if it's unsafe for occupancy, why did you enter and occupy the building?
Guess somebody had to do it, right?
You're a good soldier, Mr. Wilson. Thank you, everybody. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Shadley, are you ready to call your next witness?
1 minute, please. I don't have any follow-up questions for Mr. Wilson. So yes, I'd like to call Pastor Brian Ferguson, please.
Good afternoon, board.
Mr. Ferguson, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You're sworn, Mr. Shadley. You can proceed.
Thank you. Could you state your name, full name, please, for the board?
Brian Ferguson.
And what is your role at the First Lutheran Church, Mr. Ferguson?
I'm pastor, been there for 7.5 years.
Can you describe the First Lutheran Church congregation and how it has served the community over the last many years?
Next week from Wednesday will be our 180th anniversary of our first worship service. And for the past 126 years, we've been in the 1208 Ray Street Church main building. And over the years, it's looked different based on the neighborhood, but most recently, we've shifted into a ministry that serves our faith community. But that's not the whole story. I've heard mention of the congregation that gathers there in the building, but that's about 10% of the activity. In 2019, 90% of the people who entered the building, about 20,000 people, were from the community. So we're opening our doors as a community space for nonprofit, volunteer, arts, and community groups to come in and have a place to meet, rehearse, perform, gather, little to no cost, suggested donation of $25 an hour. So we're not doing it as a revenue generator. It's just a generous gift to the community. But importantly too is honoring our commitment for those 180 years, really. More so specifically, clearly, and since the 1950 kind of shifting over the Rhine, 10,000. So 50% of the people that entered our building in 2019 came for human services. So Narcotics Anonymous, food, clothing, AA, other types of human service gatherings in the building there. Over the years, it's been a winter shelter. So it's an intentionality on our faith community to serve the community by opening our doors of that space, because it is a big building. You've seen pictures, and we're serving that way.
Now that the building has been closed, Pastor Brian, has anyone else in the community stepped up to provide those services for the 10,000 local individuals who are not the arts and crafts people, but the 10,000 you're providing the humane services for, the AA, the food pantry, the clothing, et cetera? Anyone else stepping up in the community to provide that to your knowledge?
Not specifically to my knowledge. I just assume that the people that we have served, based on anecdotal conversations with them as I meet them on the sidewalk outside the church on occasion, that they're finding other places. But I do get requests consistently, Pastor, when you open it back up, when you open it back up. So people are looking for that space to be open again.
What was the last meeting in the church before it was closed?
Friday the 13th, March 2020, Narcotics Anonymous, and then we shut down at that time for the pandemic.
Is the congregation still meeting for spiritual services?
We are gathering on Sunday morning, well, live Zoom worship during the pandemic, and then we've been welcomed into Philippus Church up on McMicken and Race Street. We are joining with that congregation for worship on Sunday mornings.
And is the congregation that you say has gone on for 180 years, this church, is it still active? Or how has
Yes.
it been impacted by the inability to get back in the building because of?
Yeah, 2019 was, as you look at people, connections with people in the community, whether it be faith or human services or arts or whatever it might be, arguably could be one of our most impactful, vibrant years in ministry for several decades, if not a century. And so with the pandemic and then this follow-up on closure because of the bell tower emergent situation, it's taking a toll on our congregation because we might be able to gather as a faith community, but as you heard me mention, that's 10% of our identity. So our religious practices we identify as, we call it share the love of God, wrapped up in opening our doors and welcoming the community in. So long as the doors of 1208 Ray Street are closed, we are unable to carry out that significant aspect of our religious practice.
Mr. Wilson has testified that he examined the building. He found, like Mr. Dahlberg, for it to be unsafe. He advised you of that. And since he advised you of that some time ago, have you closed the building and allowed no one in it?
The building has been closed. I, just like Mr. Wilson, I have been in there as well. Maybe that's a risk I take on my own, but any access to the building has been primarily in the form of engineers and contractors, and myself taking them in there. And anyone who enters the building has been aware of the emergent condition and situation in the building. So they were not unaware when they entered the building. We have not had any events in the building since that Narcotics Anonymous gathering in March 2020.
Even though the COVID issues have been relieved in the sense that you're permitted to have people in the building from a COVID standpoint, are you testifying you had one in there for purposes of services?
That is correct.
Now, the OTR attorneys and witnesses offer the distinction between sort of fixing the tower and as compared to fully fixing the tower as phrased or described by Mr. Wilson. And the question I have for you is, will you as a pastor feel safe to allow your congregation to return to the building if it is not either demolished or fully repaired so that both gravity and lateral loads are taken care of?
I, as a pastor, have the responsibility, liability, and accountability and ethical and moral responsibility to only welcome people back into a structure that I feel and know is to be safe. And that's a significant position for me to be in. That's a challenge. And Mr. Wilson's his knowledge, assessment of the building, we put trust in. Ms. Dombrowski, as a certified engineer, certainly is qualified as well, I would state. But we have retained as our primary engineer of record, Mr. Wilson and THP. And their stated, if it's okay if I could read from Exhibit 11, I think I want to make sure that we get this record. Exhibit 11 on the September 29th appeal response document that was submitted, page 7. It says, THP must stand by the recommendations included in our previous reports to reduce the scope of remedial work by removing the proposed bracing system for the tower will allow an unstable structure to remain, posing a continuing emergency hazard for the community. I think that's a significant message right there, because on page 6, prior to that, letter D, it states the owner must know the building and when aware, this is chapter 34 being referred to, the owner must know the building and when aware of deficiencies that present a safety risk, must act to remove that risk. Failure to do so can lead to devastating consequences. And for myself, as leader of First Lutheran Church, I'm accountable for making sure that, again, that building is safe, regardless of the decision of this administrative process. The outcome, whatever it is, I will not, I publicly stated this at a recent information meeting at the church, that I will not serve as pastor of First Lutheran Church unless it is life safety concerns are remediated or mitigated to a point that are agreeable to Mr. Wilson and THP as our retained engineer. So that's the position. I speak on behalf of myself and First Lutheran Church, is what our situation is.
Let's shift topics a little bit about the congregation's past historic preservation efforts and investments. Can you please tell the board what the congregation has done with an eye toward keeping the bell tower a few years ago, restoring the bell tower, trying to be a good citizen in relationship to maintaining the building?
When I arrived in 2014, the first thing we did was we put together a punch list, what would take for the capital restoration improvements, whatever is necessary for the building, and then ask the question, does it make sense to put this money in there? The answer was yes, by the faith community committed to stay there. With that, then we had a roadmap to restoration. First priority was the facade. The facade was spalling and shedding sandstone onto the sidewalk below. We completed that in 2018, restored the stained glass window on the facade, restored that gallery. You saw a picture of it earlier in one of Mr. Wilson's report. And with that totaled to be about $1.4 million that our faith community, 99.5% of those dollars came from people that can worship at First Lutheran Church, consider First Lutheran their church. $1.4 million, of which $620,000 of that $1.4 million is a loan, which we still have a $565,000 principal balance on, and a $3,200 monthly mortgage payment that we're carrying, which is still funding the restoration of the facade. So with that, part of our plan though was, our plan was then next to move on to the bell tower, which we thought would be the next phase. But as you've heard, the exposure of the box beams and other investigations revealed a bell tower that the bridge too far, if you will, price point wise, certainly surpassed our financial capacity to tackle that, especially in the summer of 2020 with the pandemic going on and other circumstances of the last year. So with that, the bell tower, then beyond that, so we've invested. It's disingenuous. I've heard people say that we just want to get the bell tower out of the way. We don't want to pay for it, and we've put all we have in. $1.4 million into historic preservation into that building on Washington Park that benefits the community, 90% of the interior spaces. But when you're in Washington Park, you see the facade and the stained glass window, you're on that streetcar platform. So it truly is a community that's committed to serving and giving to the community with this restoration.
Okay, would you refer to Exhibit 16, which is one of the exhibits we've marked, and it's titled Timeline. Do you have that before you, please?
Yes, I do.
I want to go through this timeline and have you testify about it. First of all, have you reviewed the timeline before today, Exhibit 16?
Yes, I have.
And is it an accurate statement of the facts as you understand them?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the first time in the timeline is July 28 of 2020. That's when THP, is that when THP inspected the bell tower?
That's correct.
And then the next event in the timeline is August 5, 2020. What occurred then, please?
THP advised us that we should not occupy the building until the significant concerns were addressed.
And on August 7, 2 days later, what did the church do?
We announced that the church was closed for all activities until the bell tower situation was resolved.
And shortly thereafter, in September of that year, September 11, 2020, what steps did you take toward removing the bell tower?
First thing we did was to look at the costs, look at the options, whether it be restoration, stabilization, whatever language you want to use there, or demolition. And it quickly became apparent that demolition was the way to go. But O'Rourke provided a quote for removal of the tower at $317,000.
And is that the exhibit, the document that's been marked as Exhibit 1?
Yes, it is.
After that, did you communicate with Beth Johnson?
Yes, through my various restoration work prior to this, I had developed a relationship with Ms. Johnson, recognizing that I needed to communicate with her regarding the historic district we're in. And so she was one of the first people I reached out to let her know that something was going on with that. The date, first communication with her was August 17th.
What's her role? What role does she have, please?
Urban conservator for Cincinnati, I guess. I'm not sure official title, but something along those lines. So she works for the city of Cincinnati and works works along with the historic review board, her historic conservancy board.
Did you then receive the notice of emergency abatement order as it relates to 1208 on or about November 10, 2020?
That is correct.
And is that Exhibit 2 that we've marked?
Yes, it is.
What's the next action or item that occurred in the timeline of this project?
Once we determined that we had a path to remove the life safety concern and also make it so that we could return and occupy our building, we had to have a congregational meeting to authorize the expenditure of the funds that would come along with the signing of the contract. And so on November 25th, Thanksgiving Eve, we had a virtual meeting and people mailed in their ballots. And by that following Monday, we had a 40-1 vote in support of signing that contract for the removal of the tower by our congregation.
This was in response to the notice of emergency abatement order of 11/10/20, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, so I've heard mention of that 30-day window. We were poised and ready to go to act, and we had authorization to sign the contract within that 30-day window.
Okay, what happened next then, please, after that November 25, 2020 vote of the congregation to move forward?
Well, it was 1 year ago tonight on a Monday that we had a Zoom meeting with Mr. Klingler, OTR Adopt, and other members of the OTR community, listening to a request that we pause our efforts to take the tower down. We expressed our deep concern, as Mr. Dahlberg has stated. We concur with that this is an emergent situation. And so we did, though, through conversation and openness and a hope that perhaps the tower could be saved because we didn't have the funds to do it. We made that clear. But if the community could find funds, then we would be agreeable to pausing that demolition. We had a contract with Aztec Services Group ready to sign, scheduled a meeting with them, but working with the community and listening to the hope-filled outcome, we agreed to hit that pause. I communicated with Mr. Dahlberg that we were doing this, and he's already mentioned that in his testimony.
And that pause lasted how long, and what came of the pause in the efforts to fundraise?
The pause lasted until about the end of March. During that time, THP authored the report to do further investigative study, what I consider from the box beam down, because the September report was from the box beam up in my mind, as I understand it and read it. And the concern was what's below that box beam on those 44-foot legs. And so January 22nd, that report came out. That then was handed off to SSRG for a proposal to be drafted up for cost bidding. And on February 26th, they delivered that cost estimate.
The report that you're referencing by THP, January 22, 2021, that you received, is that marked as Exhibit 3?
Yes, it is.
And the SSRG bid, was that received on February 26, 2021?
That's correct.
And the total, explain the amount of the bid to do the full restoration and make the bell tower safe, please.
There's a lot of numbers in there, and I think the SSRG bid would be, I think, in the range of about, there's different ad alternates. This board panel understands all that, and so that has to be taken into consideration. There's also engineering fees. Mr. Wilson testified to a 7% number there. There's also a construction loan interest have to be factored in there, but The SSRG bid proposal, not bid, but proposal cost estimate that was delivered to us on February 26th, we put the number at about $3.3 million total for what was proposed. And that SSRG proposal was written off of the THP January 22nd engineering report, which from First Lutheran's perspective as the owner of the building was in line with what we needed to see as an outcome for a project to make sure the building was safe for us to reoccupy.
And is that SSRG bid proposal marked as Exhibit 4?
And let me verify that. Yes, it is.
Did the congregation have $3.4 million to?
3.3, but yeah, no, either way, we didn't have it, no.
Bell Power safe. Okay, so did you approach the Cincinnati Preservation Association at that point?
During, from early December, it was agreed upon that Cincinnati Preservation Association would conduct a quiet campaign fundraising during the dark days of the pandemic. We didn't feel it appropriate to do a fundraising campaign in the community, especially for a church with people suffering significantly. And so Cincinnati Preservation Association led that, we call it a quiet campaign to see if there would be significant philanthropic or corporate support to save the tower, if you will. That resulted in, did not result in significant, if any, financial movement of the needle, fundraising needle. And so what happened after the 3.3 price tag came in at the end of February, we met early March. Paul Muller, Cincinnati Preservation Association president, concurred and agreed that the funding was not there to fund the project as it was defined. And so therefore, a decision was made to announce that we would once again move back towards removal of the tower.
Who was Paul Muller and what was his role?
Paul Muller is president of Cincinnati Preservation Association, and it was a year ago today. I got these dates in my head. A year ago today that he first toured First Lutheran Church with myself and one of the guys that I took up there knowingly to look at the situation and understand better the condition of the tower, so he could better understand if it was something that he and the preservation community would be willing to tackle. Of which he was and graciously worked with us. We formed a team. Significant talent. Arthur Sturbaum is a vice president, I believe, of Cincinnati Preservation Association. Also, Michael Burson, many of you recognize him name. He was on the team as well. Alan Elgersma is a member of First Lutheran, a principal architect at Champlin. Myself, and then a member of First Lutheran Church, Kristen Myers. We were on the core team that met regularly along with Mr. Wilson and Bill Brownbach, I think, with SSRG, who is crafting the proposal. Together, we worked together to craft this proposal and also work in the community to see if this could be saved.
And Mr. Mueller came to the same conclusion as you.
That's correct.
The next item on the timeline here is in June of 22, a collapse of a building in Florida. What impact did that have to you and the congregation's thinking in relationship to your structural issues?
We had in the month of June, or month of May and June, we allowed for a pause to secure funding. Mr. Klingler, OTR Adopt, Kristen Myers, myself, Paul Muller continued, Hillary Begley formed something called, and I guess it would be an informal group because some of us, whatever, anyway, Save the Bell Tower team. So we formed that group and worked together to see if a grassroots movement could solicit support. The most significant source would be from the city of Cincinnati, different variety of tax source revenue sources. So TIF funds, for example, for the OTR district, $1 million was sought after, but determined not eligible for that purpose. Another source was the ARP funds, American Rescue Plan, $1 million there. It did not qualify for that. And then finally, $1 million was sought after and would have been supported by the 2021-22 City of Cincinnati capital line item budget, but due to lack of funding, and that line item was not available. So at that point, once we found out on June 23rd at the Board for Finance meeting, I think it was the 23rd, it's a Monday, that news came through that there was not going to be $1 million. Then Wednesday was lifted up, I think, in the council meeting that it was supported by council members that if there were closeout funds available from 2021, then $500,000 would be made available, but that wouldn't be known until September. So we agreed to meet on Thursday, the next day, to have a meeting just to discuss the situation, meet with the Save the Bell Tower team and the First Lutheran leadership team. And it was that morning that I woke to the news of the Surfside collapse, and it was just wonder what's going on there. But it certainly informed our meeting conversation, the need to, the resonating as I've been all along, lifting up and carrying the banner. We need to move on this because of the life safety issues that Mr. Dahlberg has lifted up. I've been criticized for that because it has not allowed, for enough runway to raise funds. So for fundraisers, you need a lot of time to do this. But that wasn't an option. If I had 5 years, yeah, I could raise the money for it. But when you have an order that's November 10th already, and it's the end of June, it's time to call the question. And that was recognized by many people at that time. The funding was not there. And so the Surfside collapse serendipitously, coincidentally, happened to be the same day that we had the meeting to end the efforts to save the tower for a final time.
There's an email marked as Exhibit 16 in the OTR exhibits. It's an email by Danny Klingler. It's dated November 1, 2021, sent to you. Do you have that handy?
One moment.
And while we're looking for that, the court reporter here is requesting a 4-minute restroom break, please.
Do you want to do that while he's looking, did you say?
That's okay with you.
Yeah, is that okay with everyone?
Sure, thanks.
Okay.
1 second, please. The reporter is back, just in case anyone wants to know. I'm already back here.
Okay, it looks like we have and this can be off the record for now to Elite. It looks like we have the attorneys back on either side. And so it appears we may run up against some time conflicts again today. And so I believe that two of the board members have a hard stop at 3 p.m. And so I think it's unlikely that we'll be able to finish today. Wanted to give everyone notice of that now. I think we continue to go for, if they can go for another 45 minutes or so, that would be helpful to see exactly how far we get. If by some chance we do get to the point where we're at closing, that's going to make scheduling a lot easier. But just want to give everyone a heads up and also let you know that we do have a regularly scheduled BBA meeting for Thursday. That's the time of our normally scheduled meeting. And so that would be optimal if we could earmark that. I don't know if we want to try and sort scheduling now or later, but.
Mr. may I ask a question of clarification?
Sure.
You mentioned that we have a right of rebuttal, and that is different than the closing arguments. What does that right of rebuttal include? Are we allowed to call witnesses back to rebut testimony? Or is it just another argument? I'm unclear.
So what the code reads is that the chair shall call the appellant to rebut or refute any position, argument, or contention in opposition to its position. And so
We could bring back witnesses or. I ask because that's going to dictate, obviously some additional time that we need to schedule for if that's the case. If it's just more closing argument time, I'm not exactly clear on what it is. So.
Hey, David, Fritz Shadley, where is that in the code, please? I just wanted to read it if possible.
sure, it's in the rules of procedure. So if you go into the Muni code, the digital one for the city of Cincinnati, I think it's easiest to find it if you use the search function within that website and search rules of procedure, Board of Building Appeals. And you'll find it in the section 5B8.
Can I confirm we're still off the record?
Yes.
There's a procedural issue that's going to arise for the city in December 3rd. And that is the time by which we would take action on the pending permits for 1208 and 1212 Ray Street. And we were operating under the assumption we would have a decision today, but just for the benefit of all parties and in the interest of full transparency, the city may not wait with respect to the permits that have been applied for these two properties that are being discussed today. So doing this quickly today, as quickly as we can, is in everyone's best interest.
Erica, can you clarify what permits have been applied for?
My understanding is there have been two, I know them as wrecking permits. That's probably not the full name of the permits, but for 1208 and 1212.
When were those applied for?
Yes, that we have two permits. Both of them are fit under an alteration category with partial demolition. One of them is for 1208, the tower, but it is an alteration with partial demolition. And 1212 likewise has an alteration with partial demolition, which leaves the front facade in place.
So really my point is delaying this beyond December 3rd puts all of us in an odd position whereby the instant appeal might be mooted should the demolition permits be granted.
You're saying that would apply to any date after today, Erica?
No, my understanding is that per city policy, December 3rd is the date we expect the action to be taken by the city, which
So
is Thursday, I think.
No, so December 3rd is Friday.
It's Friday.
December 2nd is the date of our regularly scheduled hearing.
Okay,
So you're sure it's December 3rd?
yes.
Okay.
Hey, David, Fritz is again back on my question. I found what's called the Rules of Procedure, City of Cincinnati Board of Building Appeals, Table of Amendments. Is that what you were referring to, where this would be found, the rebuttal characterization?
No.
The link, unfortunately, I cannot open, but it's here. Or is it?
I don't believe that's right. Why don't I try to email them to you?
And to Sean, of course. Thank you.
Sean, do you have them?
Sean, you're muted if you were responding.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking to JP. What's the question?
Do you have a copy of the rules of procedure for this?
We do. It's in front of us
Yes.
here.
Would you like us to read it?
No, I'm trying to get a copy of all the rules for sent to Mr. Shadley.
Oh, yeah, I don't have it electronically in front of us. Just print it out.
No, I was just wondering if you needed to be included on the.
Oh, no, we've got it. Thank you.
Sure. One minute, please. Okay, so those are going to you now, Mr. Shadley.
Thank you.
Can to the board, are you all available on Thursday to continue this hearing?
Yes.
Yes, at the regular time, 1 o'clock.
Sandra,
It's 1:30.
Yes.
Josh,
What day was this? I'm sorry.
this is Thursday, December 2nd at 1:30.
Thursday, December 2nd, 1:30. I believe. Hold on a second here. Will work, yes.
Okay. So unless there's strong objection from Mr. Suter or Mr. Shadley, I believe that whatever we don't finish today, we'll need to resume at that time on that day.
No objection.
December 2, 1:30. Understood. Thank you very much.
Sean, I will, let me just do a little bit more research on your question and I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sturgeon.
Sure. I think we can go back on the record now.
Okay, we're back on.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson or Pastor Brian, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Where were we here? Okay, came to the conclusion, I think you said that not sufficient funds could be raised.
You asked about an email from
that's
Mr.
right.
Klinger dated November 1st.
Right, on the third, thank you very much. That's Exhibit 16 of OTR. On the third page of that, there's a reference to some potential funding. I just wanted you to testify to your knowledge in that regard. The first line there reads $491,000 of community cash and pledges. Do you know what of that is cash and what of that is pledges, please?
Approximately about $30,000 estimating would be cash. Then $460,000 would be in pledges. Some of those pledges, I guess I'm into 1-year anniversaries here, some of those pledges are 1 year old as of this week that were made early on when we initiated the campaign last December.
Then there's another line, grants applied for 750 grand. Could you describe to the board what you understand that to mean and whether those grants were successful or not?
Yeah, $750,000 that's listed there. Again, this is language from Mr. Klingler, not mine, but as I understood as he explained them during his testimony last time we met, the $500,000, 500 of the 750 is from the previously mentioned closeout funds the city of Cincinnati would make available should they become available, but they were not made available. And then $250,000 of that $750,000 was for a grant that was applied for from Partners for Sacred Spaces, a competitive grant, which we were notified we did not receive and we would not have received until November. Also not stated with this is it was made clear that these funds could not be used for the project currently being discussed. It would be for future projects and would have to come along with a $500,000 new donation match. for that 250 to be received. And so I guess perhaps they might be available if the project's delayed long enough. And this is a new project that begins. But last June when we stopped, they were not available for this project.
And the historic tax credit on page 3 of this OTR Exhibit 16 references $580,000. Do you understand that to be a correct or incorrect number?
From my understanding of the tax credits and the mathematics on those, that appears to be a lump sum. The 20% of the total project dollars would be $2.9 million, which is not the bell tower project itself that JCA or Buckeye Construction is proposing, but includes $1.4 million looking back on our previous work done, I already mentioned, in the building. So the tax credits have a look back of a few years. So we'd have $2.9 million we could apply for tax credits on, and it's 20% of that number, which that gets about the 580 there. But the tax credit investor, if you all follow that kind of stuff, it gets kind of hairy, but tax credit investor that was identified agreed to a 65 cents on the dollar number. The Save the Bell Tower team agreed that 60 cents on the dollar would be more accurate because of 5% administrative costs. So, and net benefit would be from tax credits would be $350,000, $230,000 less than the 580 listed there.
And did you understand? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and below that was a pledge gap from mentioned by Kristen Myers, or mentioned as Kristen Myers and Chris Heckman, $500,000, which is quite generous. But it's just it's detailed later in the email that is funds that would be made available if ongoing fundraising were not successful. The fundraising campaign led by Ignite Philanthropy, once the project began and fundraising worked out. With that, so that we do not consider that First Lutheran is a position that we cannot start this project unless we have financing identified fully without fundraising after the fact going forward.
And the estimated cost of the fundraiser, the entity doing the fundraising, was what?
Yes, we had secured a contract ourselves. We planned on doing this community fundraising for 18-month campaign with Ignite Philanthropy in January 2020. We had a contract, and that was $10,000 a month for 18 months. So $180,000 was the contract price that would come with that community fundraising campaign.
Okay, let's go back to the timeline. Exhibit 16, an ARG set of exhibits. Do you have that before you?
I'm sorry, which one?
Exhibit 16, the timeline we were working through.
Oh, yeah, sure.
After the collapse of the Florida condominium building, which you already testified about, what was the next event in the sequence of events surrounding the bell tower? Can't hear you, Brian.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
16,
following the decision, the First Lutheran made the decision to, we announced to our congregation that we were proceeding with removal of the bell tower. At that point, we proceeded to secure and sign the contract with Aztec Services Group to do the work. On June 30th, we signed that contract to remove the tower.
Okay, did you also receive thereafter in June 30, 21, a Buckeye restoration proposal?
Yes, June 30th, BCR, Buckeye Construction Restoration, provided us with a proposal that did not include what we consider to be critical and necessary lateral load transference aspects that Mr. Wilson has identified. Now, also with the price there, it does not, a variety of things not in there that would not meet what is necessary for an acceptable scope of work on the project for us to consider it safe to return into the building.
If you added in the original slate roof, the engineering fees, a 12% contingency, the Buckeye restoration would be roughly $1.9 million bid, and that would not include the over $500,000 for the stabilization work in Mr. Wilson's report. Is all that correct?
That's a fair statement. Yes, the Buckeye construction restoration bid came in about $1.4 million. This is a flat out of the gate price point, but did not include steeple work, which there's been mention of what's the danger, are there life safety concerns about gargoyles and things? Maybe not a collapse, but life safety issue things. For example, slate tiles, too many to count, have come off that steeple roof. Those are, if you've held a terracotta slate tile coming from 130 feet off the ground, certainly is a danger to the public safety. Along with the gargoyle, also wood louver trim pieces, got an 8-piece piece of wood trim from the top steeple area in the church that came down much like a missile 2 blocks away on top of a building, or a block and a half, we'll call it, is a 6 or 8-foot piece of copper flashing that came off the steeple during the windstorm just this past summer. So the steeple is critical and essential, in First Lutheran's opinion, as owner of the building, to make sure it's safe is necessary work. There's also engineering fees need to be included at the 7% already mentioned by Mr. Wilson as a rule of thumb. As well as there is no contingency line item. SSRG had used a 12% contingency line in their proposal. Buckeye did not include that contingency line, maintaining that those funds were built into their price points, which I guess my limited experience in construction, but I've had enough at First Lutheran here already that for a historic restoration project like this with so many unknowns, not seeing a contingency line item in there is a bit unsettling.
That the Buckeye proposal you were talking about, that's been marked as Exhibit 6, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry to back up. The Aztec proposal you already testified to, that's signed on June 30, 2021. That's Exhibit 5, correct?
Correct.
Okay, next in the timeline of events, we have an Aztec letter to Art Dahlberg. That's Exhibit 7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your understanding is Aztec, the entity that was going to remove the tower, communicated that it needed to remove a portion of the small building at 1212 Race Street, correct?
That's correct.
Next on the timeline are the amended notices, one for 1208, one for 1212, both of which are dated 8/31/21, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I wanted to go through a couple other exhibits that we haven't discussed. Do you have the congregation photo Exhibit 12 before you? This is First Lutheran Church, Appalese, Exhibit 12.
Yes.
This is a sequence of photographs. Are these all photos in the church gathering space
Yes, they are.
where the services are held?
Yes, they are.
And is this the area which would be exposed to the bell tower should it fall?
Yes, potentially.
Okay. Exhibit 14, can you describe to the board what this exhibit contains?
That is what I feel the significant piece of this conversation here is the constitutionality argument that First Lutheran has been an incorporated congregation. We had our first worship service 1841, but incorporated in February of 1842. So for 180 years coming up here, a incorporated religious entity in the state of Ohio. And we've been in continuous operation as an organization, carrying out those religious practices. And the historic administrative ordinance processes is unfortunately coming up against our very ability to carry out our practices. It is preventing us from returning to our sacred space to carry out those practices. And granted, we can gather for worship someplace else and still do that. But as I stated earlier, we identify that 90% of our activity is, call it building centric. Not necessarily a good thing in the 21st century for churches, but for First Lutheran, that is how we are carrying out our faith, is by opening our doors. And so therefore from my, not an attorney, but a constitutionalist, but it seems to me that the historic district ordinances are being given primacy, I guess that's the word I'd call it, over our religious right to carry out our practices or religious activities without having it be threatened to the point where this very process and being dragged out is threatening the very existence of this faith community. I say that in all honesty.
Object on behalf of the city, this argument that there's some sort of First Amendment issue is not something that this board can hear.
Why not?
To the board, this board does not have jurisdiction over matters of constitutional law.
Okay, Ms. Chair.
I sustain the objection.
Mr. Shadley, next question.
Yes, 1 minute. Tell the board, if you would, please, what the status of the congregation is now because of it's not able to get back into the building and serve the people. And if this isn't solved in 6 months or so, what you expect the status of the congregation to be, please.
As a leader of a faith community in the season of Advent and Hanukkah, season of light and hope. Yesterday was the first Sunday of Advent, light the candle of hope, and so a person of hope. But also as a leader, we also have prophets in our tradition who this time of year are given a lot of airplay. And it's the role of a prophet to be a truth teller, to speak a word of truth. And as faith leader, I 6 months from now, First Lutheran will not exist if we cannot get back into our building. If we are still here at 6 months from now, we will not be involved with trying to return to the building. We just do not have the faith community stamina on the tails of the pandemic. March will mark 2 years. If we are able to move forward with the removal of the tower now, I'm hopeful that Aztec Services Group would be able to get us back in there by that 2-year mark. It's an existential threat and reality that our faith community has already started the conversation about. As difficult as it is to say, that is, from my perspective, as pastor of First Lutheran, it's my responsibility to lift that up. If we can get back in the building, we will return to the course of ministry that we were carrying out in 2019 and early 2020 of our own religious practices, but significantly opening our doors to the community so the community can come back in and we can continue to go down that path of serving the community that way.
Look, if you would, at Exhibit 15, last exhibit to cover in this binder of exhibits. Can you describe to the board what that is and what its significance is in your evaluation of the issues as a leader of the congregation? Exhibit 15.
Yes, as stated, we are worshiping with the Philippus Church congregation up on Race and McMillan, building that was built in 1890. It was a month ago before worship. I went and looked at their historic photo board that lots of churches have, and in there was pictures from 1936, July 14th, I believe is the date, when on a Monday night, it had been hot, 110 degrees, I guess. In the night when the building is empty, half of the nave, the main church building structure ceiling, plaster and lath collapsed down onto the pew congregation, the seating area. The article that was attached to it below quoted I guess you call the person the building engineer at the time. I'm not sure Mr. Wilson testified when all these things became in place, but the building engineer, I guess I'll call it at the time, stated that the guidelines for construction were to use nails, not bolts, back in 1890. Since then, there's codes in place to change that, to require the bolts. But what happened was, I guess, as my understanding is that not enough air vents to allow the heat out. And so the heat expanded that air cavity in the roof, collapsing it down. And the fire marshal of the day was quoted in there saying it was a good thing it happened on a Monday night when it was unoccupied because there would have been significant loss of life otherwise. For me, that's an example of something that stood for 46 years, 1890 to 1936. It's a visual shock to look at, but 1936, so 46 years it happened. If there was, I guess in my mind, if there was concern that this roof was going to fail, they wouldn't have been in there on Sunday for worship, which they were. So to me, that says that's an example of where there wasn't signs of distress. So I think latent deficiency kind of lifted up. That ceiling collapsed, fortunately, when the building is empty. Built 1890, 5 years before First Lutheran's bell tower was, within eyesight of our tower. In my mind, I can't imagine it's unreasonable to think that the same craftsmen using the same building techniques constructed both structures or worked on maybe some of the craftsmen. And so for me to be in there, I kind of wondered about, man, we can't be in our own building, but we just came into another church that has had a catastrophic failure in its main seating area.
Okay, I'd like to switch over to then the final decision, a decision of the congregation, and I understand a decision you support to endeavor to move forward to remove the bell tower. There were permits filed with the city authorities to remove both a portion of 1212 and also to remove the bell tower, correct?
Correct.
And the question that I just want you to address is why? Why has the congregation decided to go this route, remove the tower?
First and foremost, we have to remove the life safety that concerns that exist with the tower as it stands. The only way for First Lutheran, as we have discovered, is because the funds are not available to do otherwise, is to remove the tower. Beyond that, we then want to return to our building so we can continue to do the work as our faith community desires.
There was some testimony by Paula Dombrowski that seemed to claim that she could not testify about certain connections being present or not present because she was not given an opportunity to investigate. So my question to you is, before the November 4, 2021 hearing that we all participated in, was there any request by Ms. Dombrowski or by OTR to inspect the structure, which requests were not granted?
No.
And since November 4, when Ms. Dombrowski said, I need to inspect the building more to see if these are good connections or something similar to that, has there been a request from Ms. Dombrowski or OTR to go back into the building and inspect the building to find those connections or to find anything?
No.
Okay, last issue. If you're able to remove, you, the church, the congregation, Pastor Brian, are able to remove the bell tower, what are the immediate plans thereafter in relationship to improving the church structure and availability?
As part of our, I mentioned earlier, total capital renovation, historic preservation scheme or plan beginning back in 2014-15, once we address the bell tower, we are going to work to make our building ADA accessible with a full service elevator. That was, our plan was to build that on the 1212 site. The elevator shaft would be sort of like a buttress along the side of the north side of the bell tower. The front of the 1212 facade then would become an accessible, handicap accessible entrance, also welcome center, providing full accessibility for all three main levels of the church building.
Is the building at present handicap accessible?
No, it is not.
And if you, the congregation, are permitted to remove the bell tower above the girders, will you, is it the plan to move forward to build the elevator, making it ADA accessible?
That is our next phase plan. That's our hope.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Madam Chair, we are happy to move forward, but just to be respectful of everyone's time, I would guess that this cross-examination would go about 15 minutes. Do we have that time today, given the time constraints?
I believe we do have that time today for the 15 minutes, but it probably won't allow time for closing statements. Does that seem accurate to you?
Yeah, that sounds accurate. I'm not sure it'll be, we don't know if it'll be 15 minutes or not, but I think the rest of the time would be our cross-examination, Pastor Ferguson, and then I guess we have a rebuttal. And Mr. Sturkey's going to get back to me on what that exactly means. And then we have closing. So it's up to the board, obviously, if you want us to proceed with our cross or wait till Thursday. We're good either way.
I would just, if I may, Madam Chair, I am supposed to hop on a plane tomorrow morning to go out to my mother's in California. And I'd prefer not to have to do a cross-examination from her spare bedroom in California.
Yeah, I think every minute that's available to us, we should proceed, and even if we have to stop midway through.
Okay,
We'll proceed. Thank you.
Agreed. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for talking with us today, Pastor Ferguson. So just with respect to your last couple answers there, could you tell us more about your plans for the Welcome Center and making your building ADA compliant, please?
Al Guzman, I'm a member of the church, who's an architect. So I think he's been a member since 2005-06. He's been diligently working to find an ADA solution for the building. And given the nature of that 1208 structure and the streetcar platform in front there are no options to provide an accessible entrance in the main 1208 structure. So the 1212 building, which the church has owned since 1993, provides a street level access that would be able to get in and then build an elevator shaft outside the main historic structure without compromising you've seen pictures of the church. There's no nice vertical shaft inside besides the bell tower itself to put that elevator in.
So having an elevator and an ADA accessible entrance is a primary concern for your congregation. Is that correct?
It's a primary concern for our congregation and everyone who uses the building, or the people who can't use our building, I should say.
And you have a second floor area of your church, is that correct?
Well, there's 3 levels: fellowship, main level, basement level with a kitchen, and worship level, sanctuary, and then a gallery level.
And the gallery level, is that the area that looks out on Washington Park through the stained glass windows?
That's correct.
And if you were able to put an elevator in, you could use that area for events. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's used for events now, but it's stipulated by people who use the space that it's not accessible. So they do so, aware of that.
Sure. So having this elevator would help your congregation, as you said, open its doors to community groups. Is that correct?
It would help. Yes, it would help our ministry.
Thank you. So I just want to clear up some dates for the board so that we're all on the same page about how we got here today. So the city issued its notice of emergency hazard abatement on November 10th, 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
But this didn't come out of the blue. You had engaged THP for several years before this to do regular maintenance on the church, correct?
No, I think Mr. Wilson stated that 2019, they came and inspected the bell tower. I think Advantage Engineering did the facade project. For example, E2M is another engineering firm we use for some work.
And so THP made an initial site visit to observe the bell tower in late 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in July 2020, THP discovered the deteriorating steel girder, correct?
They were invited out by I believe it was Craig Preston of SSRG, because he was aware of our desire to move into the bell tower restoration as the next phase. And they were uncertain of the condition of the box beams as the December 2019 initial walk through the bell tower by THP indicated. So he contacted me and said, COVID's got everything shut down and we got some free guys. Can we come take a look? And Alan, our architect, who's a member of the church, he remembered very clearly him saying that, Pastor Brian, be careful, because once you take this off, you can't put the genie back in the bottle there. We're gonna have to deal with whatever it is. And we said, go ahead. We're closed now anyway, so let's deal with whatever's there.
Thank you. And they issued their report on September 29th, 2021. And
Correct, yes.
and it, I apologize. And so in their first report, they said after evaluating the cost to repair, restore, and maintain the tower, FLC realized they did not have adequate resources to do the required work and decided to remove the tower. Is that correct?
Which report is that? You have a date on that one? Because there's one from September 2020. There's one from January 22, 2021.
Yes, sir. I apologize for that. I realize they issued separate reports. I'm referring to their most recent report where they were describing these events as they happened in the fall of 2020.
So in the September 29th, exhibit 17, I think, or no, 11. Okay, so say it again. What are you asking again? I'm sorry.
And that report explains that the church evaluated the cost to repair, restore, and maintain, and realized they did not have adequate resources to do the required work and decided to remove the bell tower.
What page and what paragraph? I could read along, please.
This is page 1 of what has been marked as Exhibit OTR 12.
Oh, 12. You mean,
In the first paragraph.
I think, is it Exhibit 11, not 12, please?
It's our Exhibit 11. I think it's their Exhibit 12, maybe. Or it's September 29th. It's the response to the appeal to the Board of Building Appeals.
That's correct.
Thank you.
It states, after evaluating the costs to repair, restore, and maintain the tower, FLC realized they did not have adequate resources to do the required work and decided to remove the bell tower. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that a fair summary of what you believe happened during that time?
In August, I saw an email to our lender notifying them of the situation because we had $150,000 when we became aware of the situation. And I reached out to our lender to state that we might be need to borrow an additional $150,000, which when we already had a $600,000 mortgage was not an exciting conversation. But that gives you an idea of what our financial situation was in August of 2020. We had a gentleman who heard that that was going to happen and generously donated $120,000 the day before the November 10th order was issued so that the church wouldn't have to borrow that money. So our strength of position, having $300,000 that's been used a lot, is out of the generosity of someone who didn't want to see us have to borrow money.
And I understand that this was based on careful financial considerations, but just to clarify the timeline, you obtained a quote from O'Rourke on September 11th, 2020 for demolition, correct?
Correct.
And that quote was not based on raising the bell tower to the ground, correct?
We requested 3 bids, Aztec, O'Rourke, and SSRG, to take the tower down to the box beam level so we could have competitive apples and apples quotes. We received all 3 of those, and once we received all 3 of those, and SSRG was the last because they insisted on providing a restoration stabilization quote. And so early October, when we had all 3 of those bids in hand, we were able to see and confirm that we did not have sufficient funds to, we didn't have money to take the tower down, let alone even consider.
And so I'm glad you brought up that you were tearing it just down to the level of the box girder. And so the plan was to cap the bell tower at about the height of the steel girders, correct?
That is the current plan, yes.
And that's just above the 3rd floor of the church building, is that correct?
That would be, yeah, up and I guess you call it the attic above the gallery. Yeah.
And under that plan, could you fit an elevator inside that remaining structure?
In the bell tower shaft area,
Yes, sir.
my response would be no, because the fire marshal would have some things to say about that, because it would eliminate all the egress staircases in the interior of the building.
Okay. And so you received the actual survey report from THP after you considered demolition quotes, is that correct?
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
Which is the
You
survey
received
report?
THP's survey report after you had sourced quotes on demolition, is that correct?
Excuse me, what's the survey report? What date or exhibit number, please?
That is THP's first report, which is September 16th, 2020,
Thank you.
which has been marked as Exhibit OTR 10.
Thank you.
Yes, when we received news that we could not go into our building until we figured out how we can make it safe or resolve the issue, we initiated several things at once. One was the solicitation of 3 competitive bids. Second thing was to get the engineering report to get further evidence or documentation for the reason or need that what was happening. And third was to communicate with the larger community, reaching out to, for example, 3CDC to see if there might be some people in significant positions of power who might be able to find funding. Fourth would be to contact Miss Beth Johnson, the Urban Conservator. So quite a few things happened at once.
Thank you, Pastor. Just for everyone's time, because I know we're short here, I'm just going to ask yes or no questions. And if you could try to stick to yes or no, that would be helpful. Thank you. So the THP's report gave you 3 options to address the concerns with the bell tower, correct?
Could you name those for me if you have it in front of you? I don't have that report in front of me right now.
One was raising the tower down to the steel girders, correct?
That sounds right.
One was a more limited repair, correct?
Sounds correct.
And the third was a full restoration, correct?
Correct.
And demolition would have been the least expensive of these 3 options, correct?
It would have been the only affordable option. Correct.
And you didn't apply for a certificate of appropriateness from the Historic Conservation Board to demolish the bell tower, correct? Yes or no?
No, I have to answer. I went to Ms. Johnson because of that question. And the message in the THP reports you have before you states that it's an urgent, I can't remember the specific language.
You did not apply for a COA, is that correct?
Because it would not address the urgent or life safety issues that were presented in the urgency of the situation, having a 7-week delay for a financial review.
Thank you, Pastor. And
So,
so you reached
Mr.
out to
Burley,
the city.
Mr. Burley, I'm sorry, you do have to let Mr. Ferguson finish his answers after a question is asked.
The certificate of appropriateness, I understood the process as I looked at it was 7 weeks. And at the time I brought up with Ms. Johnson, the next time we could get on, must have been early October when we decided that we'd go in that direction, follow the path, the way we're supposed to follow whatever path it was. The first Monday, I think is when they meet in January, was the next available time slot. And for us, that just did not seem to address the urgent situation for us to make a financial hardship case after the beginning of January, 3 months out almost. So she then recommended I contact Mr. Dahlberg to seek the emergency hazard abatement order, which would then allow us to expedite that.
Thank you. So you reached out to the city to have them come look at the bell tower. And Art Dahlberg came to visit the church in October 2020, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on direct that on November 5th, 2020, your congregation committed to demolish the bell tower, correct?
November 25th, yes, we had a congregational vote to authorize the expenditure of funds to sign the contract with the Aztec Services Group to remove the tower.
Okay, I misheard you. I apologize. So it was after this conversation with Mr. Dahlberg and the issuance of the notice that you decided to demolish entirely, correct?
We couldn't, the process is dictated by having the authority to do that. So we couldn't go to the congregation and ask for permission to take the tower down when we didn't have permission from Historic Review or Art Dahlberg or anyone. So we had to have those ducks in a row, if you will, before we sought permission from the congregation.
Sure, but just to be clear, you did initiate this communication with the city.
That's correct.
Thank you. So the order stated that the city would begin work to stabilize the bell tower within 30 days unless the owners of the property entered into an agreement to do the work themselves. Did you contact the city to enter into such an agreement?
Once we authorized signing the contract with Aztec Services Group, we then were approached, as I stated earlier, by the community, led by one person, for example, Mr. Klingler, but others from the community. And we were convinced to pause. I communicated, as stated previously, with Mr. Dahlberg that we were looking to do that, recognizing that we were coming up on a 30-day deadline for that 30-day notice. And you already heard his record testimony on his response to that.
And so he granted you an extension, and in that time you considered alternatives to stabilize the bell tower. And is that correct?
During that time, we had many conversations about many different things, funding, structural solutions, waiting for the engineering report to come in. Yes.
Okay, and THP delivered a report detailing a plan for the bell tower to be stabilized and restored without demolition, correct?
Correct.
That is the January 22nd, 2021 report.
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Dahlberg say today that phase 1 and phase 2A of that report would meet his concerns, correct?
Objection. He said he would take the order. Didn't say it would meet his lateral load concerns.
Fair enough. Pastor Ferguson, were you present when Mr. Dahlberg stated he would lift the order if phase 1 and 2A of THP's reports were completed?
I believe I recall hearing that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, this plan included adding an elevator and an accessible entrance, right?
No, let's see. So the January 22nd report included that. The SSRG bid from February 26th, the $3.3 million price point I mentioned does not include that. We estimated to be about another $1 million to add in the elevator and accessibility entrance. The $3.3 million price tag included the cinder block skin or shell of the elevator shaft because Mr. Wilson deemed that actually a benefit to the stabilization effort for the tower, because some injection of geo things, which I don't understand, would go down into that elevator pit as well and provide a source of stabilization for the a tower above.
So this seismic stabilization tower would satisfy Mr. Wilson's concerns about lateral loads, and it would also give you an accessible entrance to your church. Is that correct?
It would not. The elevator shaft was I don't know if you've seen a picture of it or not, but in that report, I think it's in there, is a small portion of a large buttress structure, which would be alongside the north side of the on the 1212 lot for the bell tower.
But
it would not for $1 million more beyond the 3.3. Sure, we could have an elevator then.
This plan helps you become ADA compliant. It is a step in that direction. Is that correct?
It's a step in that direction, but does not, as I said, still keeps us pretty far away.
And you obtained several different bids on THP's plan, correct? And on direct, you explained to us how you compared those different numbers and were looking for the lowest bid, correct?
On the January 22nd THP report we have 2 bids. In January of 2021, I raised up the question of getting competitive bids, and the members of the board already mentioned, but specifically Michael Burson, who many of you recognize his name, recommended that the SSRG continue to work closely for agility stake to work with THP to craft a mutually agreed upon solution for this structure. With that later down the road, though, in the end of May, BCR, Buckeye Construction Restoration, was invited to provide a competitive bid. Their bid came in, if you bring in all the engineering fees, whatnot, to about a $2.9 million price tag. So giving us a $2.9 million option and a $3.3 million option.
Thank you for all of that. And after looking at all of these bids, you concluded that the lowest price to address Mr. Dahlberg's concerns was demolition for $251,000 from Aztec. Is that correct?
$251,000 a contract price. We have $60,000 built in for the temporary roof cap, which is not included in the demolition price tag.
Thank you. So that brings us up to this fall in conversations surrounding this appeal. Danny Klingler has offered you money to stabilize the bell tower, correct?
He has offered funds that could be used as what the church considers as a loan, because the expectation is that they would be repaid back afterwards with fundraising.
He can testify to that in rebuttal, but he has offered you $491,190 in cash pledges and donations, correct?
Those pledges are from people in the community and foundations. So I wouldn't say that Mr. Klinger's offering those.
Has he made you aware of that money, Pastor Ferguson?
I'm aware of those pledges because I was working with Mr. Klingler from December through end of June. And so I'm very familiar with those pledges and have significant knowledge of those pledges. As I stated earlier, some of those pledges are a year old this week, so the confidence on the collection of those pledges is questionable.
And you received his email in which he stated, this is important and it's worth stating again, the community has the money sufficient to fully abate the immediate risks that you identified above and to remove the city's outstanding emergency order. You received that email, correct?
Yeah, I received that email, correct.
And so he has identified almost $500,000. You have stated that the church would be willing to spend somewhere in the neighborhood of $300,000 if a repair was a viable option. Is that right?
We were committed to $300,000 because that's what the cost was going to be to take the tower down. So we're going to spend it either way. But we were only committed to put $300,000 into a project that would provide us with a building that was acceptable for us to return to and be confident in its safety.
Sure. And is 500,000 plus 300,000, 800,000, Pastor Ferguson?
500,000 plus 300, that's $800,000. That's mathematically, that's a fact, yes.
And both of $800,000 is more than the cost to complete Buckeye's repairs based on either engineer's report. Is that correct?
Objection. No exhibits before him. Exhibits, Buckeye's bids are well in excess of that.
Pastor Ferguson, are you aware that Buckeye bid to complete Paula Dombrowski's stabilization repairs for $373,000? I understand that restoration is separate, just for stabilization. Are you aware that they can do that for $373,000? Yes or no?
I've seen a proposal that has $373,000, which they consider to be stabilization, but First Lutheran does not agree that that stabilizes the tower.
Are you aware that Buckeye can perform Randy Wilson's phase 1 and phase 2 repairs for still less than $600,000? Yes or no?
I don't know the math on that right away, what 1 and 2 would be.
Are you aware that Danny Klingler has offered to contractually bind OTR Adopt to fundraise and pay for a full restoration beyond stabilization? Are you aware of that?
I've seen that offer. The question would be is what would be the contractual binding response? Why not put up the full amount of the cost of the project?
And are you aware that Danny Klingler has even offered to assume all legal liability for the bell tower while those repairs would take place? Are you aware of that?
I've seen that offer, and the question again on that one would be is if the tower were to come down, how could we be indemnified by Mr. Klingler for a dollar amount that would cover significant loss of life?
So surely that can be resolved, with a fully fleshed out indemnification provision. But it sounds like accepting the community's offer to pay for these repairs would allow your church to reopen and return to its building. Is that correct?
That is not correct. I would stick with the statement I read earlier in the hearing about Mr. Wilson's summary paragraph, page 7 of Exhibit 11, stating that to reduce the scope of remedial work by removing the proposed bracing system for the tower will allow an unstable structure to remain, posing a continuing emergency hazard for the community. As owners, as I'm the one who signed every contract since 2015 at First Lutheran for restoration work, you have to have a willing signature. I'm sure the city might be able to come in and force this and put a lien on it, but First Lutheran still would not go back into the building given the scope that's being proposed of restoration or stabilization work, I should say, that's being lifted up. So anything in the BCR proposals related to JCA report do not meet the standards as the owner, as the one who has to have a congregational polity vote to authorize this. And it just will not happen.
And Pastor Ferguson, one last question, and I'll let you go here. I understand you are not willing to accept this offer, but you do understand that these repairs would meet Art Dahlberg's concern and allow him to lift the order, correct?
Objection as to Art Dahlberg's concerns, they do not meet his lateral load wind concerns.
Allow him to lift the order, correct?
He said it would meet his concerns. It would not meet his concerns. He's testified to that.
Mr. Shadley, what's the basis for your objection?
The question asks, would something satisfy Art Dahlberg's concerns, plural? Art Dahlberg has testified what his concerns are. One is lateral load, the other is gravity load.
Okay, Mr. Burley, would you like to respond that
Pastor Ferguson, Art, based on Mr. Dahlberg's testimony today, when you heard him say he would lift the order if either engineer's repairs were completed, do you understand that the community's offer would allow Mr. Dahlberg to lift the order?
Let me object to that. He has mischaracterized Mr. Dahlberg's testimony. He did not say he would lift the order if either engineer's repairs are accomplished.
I believe he did, Mr. Shadley.
To the question that was asked to Mr. Dahlberg, there was a limit. If of the THP repairs, this and this were accomplished, would you raise the order? Not all of the repairs required in the THP report. So to say that Art would lift the order if the repairs in the engineer's reports were accomplished is not accurate. He did not say that. There are a portion of the repairs, yes, but not all the repairs that are expressed as required by the THP report, particularly lateral load.
Mr. Burley, would you like to respond or rephrase?
We'll move on, Mr. Sturkey. We'll move on. I just have one last thing for Pastor Ferguson. Pastor Ferguson, we can agree that your church has limited financial resources, isn't that right?
For something the size and scope of a bell tower, yes, 2020 was our best financial year since 1842, if you use inflation calculator. So we're a vibrant faith community as far as I talked about 2019 number of people, but then finances. For our congregation, we had a significant, generous year in 2020 during the pandemic, but not to the level of $3.3 million.
So if you had to choose between preserving a bell tower and creating a welcome center with an ADA accessible elevator that goes up to the second floor for events, you would prefer to spend the congregation's limited funds on the latter, correct?
I think that question would be answered by the people in the community. That's kind of why we're here, or not kind of why we're here, but.
You speak for the community.
Let him answer. Let him answer, please.
I think the people we serve in the community that I encounter want to be able to get back in the building. Have an accessible building is significant. I appreciate the significance of the bell tower, the value. I've always maintained that First Lutheran happens to be the owner of something the community values. Problem is because it's a separation of, you know, the religious organization doesn't make us eligible for a lot of funding sources, or people get skittish, and that just puts us at a financial hardship when it comes to this frustratingly unique situation we're in. But as advocate for the well-being and viability of First Lutheran, I need to advocate that we get back in the building as quickly as possible. And that is, you know, because really there's an elevator or a restoration stabilization of the bell tower. Neither one's an option. The only thing we can afford now is to remove the tower. So conversations about either or is, in my mind, is conversation that we can't even have right now.
Fair enough. Thank you, Pastor Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that we're ready to break for today. We will resume on Thursday at 1:30. Mr. Shadley, just so you know, there is no redirect here. So Mr. Ferguson is done and does not necessarily need to come back. Of course, he's welcome to if he would like to tune in remotely from wherever he is traveling, but he does not need to. We'll start with rebuttal. Mr. Suter, I just want to check the precedent just to make sure that witnesses have been called in rebuttal in the past. I believe that they have, so I think you should plan to call witnesses, but I will follow up with an email today just to verify that.
And may I assume that Mr. Shadley would have an opportunity to examine those witnesses that I call again, or is it, how does that work?
Yes, there would be ability for cross, but again, I will confirm that in just a moment. Do I have a motion to continue hearing in progress?
I move to continue.
Second. Any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are continued in progress. Sean, I'll stay on if you had an additional procedural question, but